start, if people want to take seats. Okay. I think there's a few more people wonder. I'll get going and people can join as they get ready. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today. It's my absolute pleasure to kick off proceedings today. My name is Eilish Fleming. I'm Head of Impact at Barnwood Trust. And I'm going to be doing the really important part of the day, which is telling you about housekeeping. So before we start, I just want to run through, there's quite a few bits of housekeeping for you to be aware of. So excuse me for looking at notes so that I don't forget anything. So first off, there's toilets. There's a set of toilets at the back of the room. So I think at this side of the room near the tea and coffee. And there's another set of toilets where you signed in. So back down the hallway and to your right. Fire, there's no planned fire alarm testing today. So if the alarm sounds, please leave through the fire exits, follow the King's Home staff, and follow their instructions. Tea, coffee, and drinks, it's there. It's the most important thing as far as I'm concerned. So please help yourself throughout the day. Moving around and fidgets, you'll hear us talking a lot today about the importance of being able to express and be yourself. So in that spirit, please feel free to get up, move around, use fidgets, stim, do what you need to do today. Wi-Fi, we'll be using Slido throughout the day. So there should be Wi-Fi codes on tables. I think they're on each of the tables. And I'll introduce the Slido QR code in a minute. Quiet space. We have a quiet space that you are welcome to use throughout the day. It can also be used as a prayer space. And if you'd like to use it for this purpose, just let myself or a member of the team know, and we'll make sure that you are sorted. There is a staffed sensory space, so we're really grateful to Parent Care Alliance. They're one of our funded partners, and they're hosting a sensory space for us today where children can enjoy activities while the event is ongoing. So a big thank you to them. We also have meeting space. We are really lucky to have a lot of space today. So we appreciate you all coming. We know some of you might need to take calls or join meetings. There is a space down the hall. It's quite a long hall, but right down the end, it's called the blind side. So you can use that to talk to a member of the team for meetings that you're going to, whatever you need to do. There is a sound field system. So we have a Roger sound field system available for those who are finding it hard to hear any of the speakers. So please just let a member of the team know if you need that in this space. It's currently down in the space in the chairman's lounge at the very end of the hall. Carers Hub are here, so please visit them. They've got a stall at the back of this room, but you've also got loads of providers. You've got Barnwood, you've got GCC, so if you want to chat to any of us, we're here. Just look for people with lanyards. And yeah, if you want to talk short breaks, funding, activities, commissioning, please feel free. Okay. Slido. I recommend taking a picture of this QR code now. We're going to be using this, I think there's going to be a point later in the day when we'll address these, any questions you might have. So rather than take questions during sessions, please feel free to pop them on here. Anything that we don't answer today, we'll answer at some point. We'll follow up with you. So I will leave that there for a minute. Okay, lovely. Right, so onto the fun bit. Why are we here? So we're here because in 2022, young people, parents, providers, and commissioners told us what wasn't working, and they shared what they thought might or could work to improve our short breaks offering here in Gloucestershire. And we knew that as a social change organisation, with the funds to try to shift the dial on an issue like this, we had to do something to test, to learn, and to demonstrate just how things could be different with this knowledge. And we wanted to do that in partnership with those who know the most about it. So in other words, with expert providers, with parent carers, and with young people. So everything you see today has this spirit of choice and voice and deep collaboration at its heart. Today, we're pleased to all be coming together to share what we've achieved, to celebrate. This is an opportunity to celebrate some really fantastic work, and to tell the stories of the partnership, and to invite conversation, and to help us really make sense of what we've learned over the last 12 months, and actually longer than that. You'll hear talks today from the partners. You have a choice of 4 sessions that have been designed and delivered by the 12 providers who've been at the forefront of this work. There will also be a space to immerse yourself in the activities and ways of working honed by this group and to talk to those involved. There's a craft buffet table at the other end, and I can't wait to get stuck into that. So I hope you enjoy that today. So in a second, I'm going to hand over to Dan Jakes, who's our social change manager at Barnwood Trust. But before I do that, I just want to acknowledge a few people and the enormous amount of work that's gone into today. So first off, thank you, and I mean this sincerely, thank you so much to the 12 providers who have put an enormous amount of work into making today what it is and to making this program what it is. We really couldn't ask for a more dedicated and creative cohort of people to go on this journey with us. So just really from the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you, and your work will speak for itself today. Thank you to the parent carers and young people who are taking part in this work. You are the reason why this is happening. Your voice is the reason why this is brilliant. And we are so glad that so many of you are responsible for the design of this program. So thank you for being here today, and we're really glad to welcome some of you here today. Thank you to the young people who are working as our comms team today. It seems fitting that this event is covered by you, so thank you, and I can't wait to see what our engagement is like. I will remember to turn my mic off after this, so thank you for the great instructions. Thank you to the Gloucestershire County Council Children's team, Children's Services team of commissioners. They've been willing, they've been open, they've been vulnerable, they've been brilliant partners. They've entered this partnership for all the right reasons. And they want more families to benefit from high quality, relevant and enjoyable short breaks. So thank you for sticking with it and for rolling with the challenges. To Collaborate, who you'll hear from later on, they are our critical friend. They have been throughout this project. Their research has contributed to some really positive progress in our relationships with each other and with the wider system. And their expertise deservedly elevates this work. And it kind of shows that we're onto something here in Gloucestershire. So thank you. Thank you for helping us to do that. To the VCSE Alliance, who again are another critical friend. This is a big partnership. They've helped us not lose focus on the voluntary sector context that we're working in. So thank you to them. And finally, a big thank you to the Barnwood team, in particular to Ibby, Dan, Jed, Fiona, the comms team for putting on this event. I'm going to stop talking now and I'm going to hand over to Dan. Thank you.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Yeah. So Eilish has done a really good job of telling everyone why we're here, and my job is to kind of talk today about how we got here. So as Eilish said, I'm the social change manager at Barnwood Trust, so it's been a real pleasure of mine to be able to lead on this work for the last 4 years, starting in the research team, doing the initial research, and now getting to kind of stand in front of you all today and talk about how we've got to where we've got to. So this work takes a long time to talk about usually, so I'm going to do my best to talk about it as quickly as possible because you want to be hearing from the providers today. But the roots of this work are all the way back in COVID. So we all remember COVID, we remember how everything closed overnight. And for families of disabled children and young people, that was particularly acute time. Not only did they lose access to provision and brilliant provision, but they also lost access to all of that informal kind of networks and support that they had during that time. It was also a sector that took a long time to get back up to speed. And so we went into this work thinking, how can we help that sector kind of recover as COVID kind of looks like what this new normal might be, and how do we navigate that? It started off as a piece of research to spend £400,000 to support the sector. And then we were challenged brilliantly by parent carers at the beginning who went, if we do it like this, we haven't learned anything from COVID. And if we do it in a different way, we might be able to reach children and young people for whom these services have not been accessible for years and years and years. And we couldn't really turn down that challenge. So we didn't. So we turned that research into a piece of work to identify what those barriers were, and then use that £400,000 initially to understand how we could shape and test and learn and see how we could overcome those barriers. We worked with parent carers, we worked with young people to design that research. We spoke to, I think, something like 100 parent carers, 26 young people. And then we brought some of those people together to help craft the fund. So the original Short Breaks Fund in 2023 was completely co-created with the people who ultimately were going to be the ones benefiting from it. And that work really took off. We had 6 providers who did an excellent job. We reached 600 young people, most of whom had never accessed a break before. And then GCC came along and we were like, how about we work in partnership? And that's where we are now. So this partnership is between ourselves, Gloucestershire Children's Services and the VCS Alliance. And it comes to a £2.5 million investment in short breaks and respite care over the 2 years that we're working together. That's not an investment that's going to last throughout eternity. It's there intentionally to test and learn, to see how we can do things differently, and so that the County Council can take that learning into how they recommission short breaks from next April. So it's financially limited and time limited, but it's all about seeing what we can do differently. And by working in partnership, we've been able to kind of test things that on their own GCC couldn't do because of the rules and things that they have to navigate. We don't have to do that. So we can kind of see what works and then work out how we can fit that back into the system. And so the partnership is about exactly that. So it exists to capture the learning from trialing the funding and commissioning of short breaks in different ways. It's with the aim of enabling providers to deliver high quality services that realise positive outcomes and further inform commissioning intentions and specifications for procurement and grant processes for the delivery of short breaks from April 2027. That's a really, really complicated way of saying we want to do things better. We want to make sure that children and young people are at the heart of the services from the design stage. And we want to work with people who know more about this than us to be able to do that in the best way possible. And that's the other reason for bringing Collaborate around the table as well. We wanted this work to be significant, not just for short breaks, but for how services are commissioned, for how services are designed, so that we can take this learning to other aspects of Gloucestershire and other areas of Gloucestershire. And that's part of the reason for bringing this group of people together today. There'll be lots of you here who haven't had anything to do with this work, but for whom the learning could be really critical to how you design, deliver, fund services going forward. And Collaborate are providing, like Eilish said, that critical friend and that support to help us see things that we may not be able to see whilst we're so in the middle of it. And so partnership has been the theme. And it's a partnership between us, between the 12 providers, between all the children and young people who are accessing the services. And that partnership has looked in multiple different ways during the whole of the last year and will do for the next year to come. So it's been about connection and relationship building, about sharing the problem solving as well as the celebration, and about evaluation and learning. And we've done that through a regular community of practice where organisations have come together and been really honest about what's going well and equally honest about what's not. We've been having regular conversations between the funders and the providers and between the partners. We've held events such as today. We've been accessing the Short Breaks Provider Forum, which Gloucestershire County Council have been running. We have focus groups with Collaborate. We've got a WhatsApp group where all the providers are on there regularly sharing intel and helping people to kind of market their sessions and their events. We've been interviewing and we've done some collective sense making, and there'll be an opportunity to do more of that collective sense making at the end of today. So that's the how, and now what impact has this had so far? And it's been huge. So this first year alone, our providers have spent £446,000 delivering short breaks across the entire county. That's 446 sessions that weren't happening before this funding, and that's 1,184 unique children who've accessed them in the last 12 months. The really critical factor for us is this was about how do we widen access and how do we make sure that children are accessing short breaks who've never accessed it before. And as you can see in the bottom corner there, 71% of the children who've accessed that provision so far have never accessed anything. That's not necessarily through social care, that is any activity that they're entitled to access for fun, for enjoyment, and so that their families can get a brief respite from their caring responsibilities. And what our learning from that is equally significant. So we're seeing that children and young people are happier, more confident and thriving as a result of coming to these clubs, that the fund is reaching families who've previously been excluded from accessing activities, and that short breaks are transforming family well-being. So they're having a real impact for the children, but they're having an equally big impact for the families around them. And there's some quotes at the bottom of these slides that I'd like to read out. So I think my mental health has improved a lot. Being able to interact with my peers in a low pressure environment and just be able to get out of the house and be myself with others who are autistic is genuinely life-changing. I definitely feel a lot less isolated, and I now feel like I have somewhere I belong. I've definitely found my people. That's a quote from one of the young people who've been accessing the service. We're also learning that demand for this type of provision is high and growing. I think it's probably fair to say, providers, that the biggest challenge in the last 12 months has been how do you meet the demand that is out there? And that's an equally big challenge that we're having when we're talking about how these might be recommissioned from next year, is how do we design a recommissioning kind of round that reaches as many people as it possibly can. There's also a strong sense of belonging at the heart of the impact. And we also know that transport and accessibility are critical to inclusion. And you'll hear from one of the talks later about the barriers to accessing short breaks. All of the providers have also been using a £10,000 accessibility fund to try and overcome some of those barriers. And we've learned a huge amount about how building accessibility and that kind of social model approach into the design of the fund has helped maximize those numbers that you've seen on the previous slide. And again, a quote from one of the parents who've accessed the services this year. So every child is celebrated for their individual strengths. My son has found a place where he feels like he belongs, which is really sweet and feels like it's exactly why we're doing what we're doing. And then one final slide on this before we go over to the really important people. So relationships, trust, and consistency are what makes provision work. Flexible, trust-based funding drives better outcomes. The workforce has grown in confidence, skills, and capacity. And most critically, the impact goes beyond individual projects. What this work is doing is hopefully changing the wider system. And again, a quote from a young person, from one of our providers actually, about a young person, is showing the kind of ripple effect that this work is already happening. So he has recently shared that he started volunteering at a local theatre company to help with the tech for their performance. He's going to be learning how they work the sound desk and lighting. He's now taking the skills he's learnt with us and applying these to gain real-world experience. So these activities are not just a break for the parent and not just a bit of fun for the children. They're actively developing skills and using them as a foundation in which to be able to do things that they love and enjoy beyond their kind of childhood. So in short, there is a different way to design, deliver, and commission services that is driven by those who use them and rely upon them. We've learned so far the importance of removing barriers to access in the design stage and seeing the impact of this. So we need to be thinking differently about how we design and develop commissioning and funding rather than kind of building it in once the project has been kind of sold. And a testament to this is over 800 disabled children and young people have accessed short breaks in the last 12 months for the first time ever. So we know it's working. We just need to work out how we build that into all of our services and systems going forward. And that's what we want to do next. We want to build on this momentum with a focus on person-centered early intervention, help disabled people and people with mental health conditions thrive, and to prevent crises before they form. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'm now going to hand over to our other partner, which is Gloucestershire County Council, who are going to talk about the partnership.
Hi everyone, my name is Christine Slade. I'm a Senior Commissioning Manager at Gloucestershire County Council, and I have been in charge of kind of the recommissioning elements.
And hi everyone, my name's Hannah Chesters. I'm also a Senior Commissioning Manager for short breaks and access to resources.
So we thought we would start off with a little bit of the history, but I think Dan has covered it. But so a long time ago, in a commission landscape far, far away.
Before Christine and Hannah had joined the team, a new hope emerged.
In the year 2021, Short Breaks was commissioned, a bold model designed to support children and families across localities, bringing inclusion and opportunity to services across the system.
But all was not as planned.
Across the landscape, gaps remained.
In some localities, the market could not sustain provision and services could not be awarded everywhere they were needed.
Yet, hope endured.
The providers who were commissioned rose to the challenge, delivering amazing short breaks, changing lives and strengthening communities.
So the impact of these gaps meant that a consistent short break offer was not available across all localities, resulting in some children and families being unable to access support close to home.
This created inequity in provision, with families in Tewkesbury and the Cotswolds facing greater challenges in accessing appropriate breaks, increased travel burdens and reduced choice.
As a result, opportunities for inclusive community-based short breaks, community-based support were not fully realised. This highlighted the need to strengthen the market and ensure a more equitable offer across all areas of Gloucestershire. And then, and then.
Barnwood Trust asked if they could do a test and learn collaborative partnership with us.
The next chapter. The partnership with Barnwood Trust and the test and learn approach focused on
co-production with families,
BCSE engagement,
flexibility and innovation.
This became the foundation for redesign.
Barnwood Trust were able to offer grants to providers to deliver innovative and flexible short breaks. Through this partnership, Barnwood Trust were then able to match fund short break provision, which led us to the Test and Learn project today.
So what the partnership has enabled, it's enabled us to reach into communities we hadn't engaged before.
Build trust with VCSE providers.
Create safe space for short break providers to develop innovative delivery models.
This gave us real insight, not assumptions, to design future services.
This gave us the opportunity to hear providers who work with children in non-statutory services.
It allowed us the chance to speak directly with short break providers to explain why we can't always do the things and to really explain ourselves.
So what we learned. So one size doesn't fit all. Diverse needs require flexible provision.
Service delivery design should not be about bums on seats.
Lack of providers was not lack of willingness. Instead, it was lack of confidence and infrastructure and perceived risk of statutory contracts.
Small VCSE organisations work closest to communities but furthest from commissioning processes.
Outcomes that matter are not always measurable in traditional ways for disabled children and young people.
And then how passionate the short breaks market are at improving the lives of children and young people. And we are equally passionate about championing and supporting that commitment.
So there were challenges along the way that we have navigated. So balancing capped financial resources with growing need.
Balancing flexibility with governance and red tape.
Building trust across the system.
Turning insight into commissioning design.
Being open to exploring different commissioning models whilst providing confidence that this approach can deliver effective outcomes.
So some challenges we still face. So sustaining providers beyond the partnership funding. Barnwood Trust has provided significant added value through flexible investment. This has enabled market development and a space to test and learn innovative short breaks. The support has been critical to what we've achieved.
However, this additional funding is time limited and we are moving towards a model that can operate with core local authority resources. There is a risk of market uncertainty and a loss of confidence in transition if transition isn't managed well.
We will continue to be open and transparent with providers about the transition and using learning, which has led to the design of the SHARE framework.
For the SHARE market to work, it is essential we continue our strong relationships and ongoing dialogue with the VCSE sector.
The Barnwood Trust investment has helped us build a stronger, more diverse market. Our focus now is sustaining this in a way that continues to support providers and deliver for families.
What's on the horizon? So we believe the SHARE framework will help sustain providers who have successfully delivered a short break through the Test and Learn project.
The SHARE framework will be commissioned from April 27, bringing together multiple services, including short breaks and inclusive services.
The SHARE framework is an innovative approach to commissioning short breaks, building on the learning from the Test and Learn project and creating the conditions for the VCSE market to grow and thrive.
This model will also provide greater flexibility for providers, enabling them to apply for multiple lots. For example, providers will be able to bid for a short breaks grant. a short breaks framework block contract, and support children within the disabled children's team and access HAF funding, all within the same framework.
We recognise that this is a different commissioning model compared to current arrangements.
However, what has shaped this approach is clear.
We have listened to providers.
We have listened to families.
We have listened to children and young people.
We have developed this model with all of these considerations in mind, ensuring that children and young people remain at the heart of the services we commission.
While the financial envelope is not the same as with the Test and Learn project, Barnwood Trust has been working alongside you to support your organisational long-term sustainability for when the funding ends.
So just a slide really to end on our main points, which are all around about test,
learn,
making a difference
for children with disabilities,
for the families,
for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're actually ahead of time, which is really good. So we've probably got time for questions and things if there's anything that people want to know immediately about the work. But I'm looking at the techie people for how we might do this within the live stream. Do we need like a roving mic or anything like that? Repeat the question. Cool. So I'm going to invite you guys to come back up. We will do, yeah. This is ad-libbing. Sorry. Oh, we've got more.
Yeah.
There you go.
Lovely.
So yeah, has anybody got any questions about the work? So we'll be stopping for a break in about 15 minutes for tea and coffee and things like that. But it's not ready yet. So if we could fill this time, that'd be great. We all were a lot quicker than we thought we were going to be. I saw there was a question in the slide though, but Andrew's got your hand up.
Hi there. Sorry, it's almost like this is a futures question. Obviously, the local authority reorganisation is going on. There's actually been some quite substantial reorganisation over the last few months. Have you any indications about how the future of this work might be given the reorganisation going on? It's still too early.
So I think with LGR that is happening, so the local government reform, the framework that we are proposing won't be impacted with that. So we'll make sure that even if it's one unitary, providers, will be able to, the whole county will be able to utilise the framework. If we do go to 2 unitaries, then we'll make sure that it can be purchased, if you like, from both sides. So the framework will still be in effect from both unitaries.
Yeah, it's just a quick.
I think there's a real incentive for us to get this over the line before that happens as well, because hopefully things that are in situ when everything changes are more favourable to keep and not tinker with too much whilst all the other madness is going on to fix everything. Yes. Yeah. We'll be through, won't we, before?
Yeah, so we've been to Cabinet. We're currently in the standstill period post-Cabinet. It was the concept of the share framework was approved at Cabinet, so we are, as I say, in that standstill period, and then they're fully aware of our timescales to implement it.
Putting you on the spot because we have so much time. Did you want to explain the share framework to people who are unfamiliar with it?
So the share framework stands for support, help and resources, and we recognise that in commissioning we have multiple different models of commission which we expect providers to apply for lots of different services. So we're trying to bring that all together under the share framework. So it will include short breaks, floating support for children with disabilities who have care and support within their home or local community, the holiday activity and food programme. It will include inclusive services. the Crisis Resilience Fund, and also our access to resources current framework, which is professional services. So that includes things like hair strand testing, parental assessments, drug and alcohol testing. There's 44 different services that includes. I can't go into detail on all of them, but there are 44. But we recognise that we have the same providers who work across multiple different areas. So we want to simplify that process for providers, and for providers to be able to diversify and say, actually, we might be a short breaks provider, we might also be a hack provider. And so there's that commonality that providers have to make that, and yeah, we want to make that process easier.
It's been a big part of, it was a big part of the research right at the beginning, and it's been a big kind of theme all the way through this work around the amount of time it takes for providers to apply for small amounts of money or multiple lots at the same time. So to their credit, the County Council have done a huge amount of work thinking about how they can create the most streamlined process that they can, whilst sticking to the rules that you guys are bound by. There's a question. Thanks. These guys rock too. Yeah. So, Jay, your question wasn't anonymous, so I'm going to. Your question wasn't anonymous, so I'm going to answer you directly. So Jay's question was that she noticed workforce confidence growing in the slides, which is brilliant, but has workforce diversity changed too? And that's a really good question that I think is probably better answered by the providers. But what I will say is, one thing that's talked about a lot by the providers is the importance of a diverse team in terms of the impact that's having for young people. So I know, reading through the evaluation reports, there's a huge amount in there about, and it was in one of the quotes, I think, about, you know, a neurodivergent staff team and young people seeing people who are just like them for the first time and feeling comfortable to be themselves and seeing what it's like and having that kind of aspiration of, that's what it's going to be like when I'm an adult and things like that. So it's certainly something we're striving for, and hopefully the new framework will also make that possible, because there'll be more flexibility in how that can be used, how that funding can be used. So there's a real chance to diversify as much as possible, and we know it has an impact. So there's a real positive benefit for everyone from doing that. Oh, there's a question at the back. Sorry, Abby.
I think they come in.
Oh, it's me.
I think they're in.
Morning, thank you. So, from my perspective, I run a neurodivergent support charity. We've had to obviously improve utilise resources, run as many respite, short break. Coming from a local charity who worked in the area for 6 years now, what advice would you give us as your support in order to run the programs that we continue after? How would you advise us?
Hello. I would obviously absolutely take part in all of the recommissioning work that's happening at the minute around about our Q&A sessions that we're going to be running, and we've got some groups that are starting in the next few weeks. I think absolutely encouragement of involvement with the provider forum, which I know that you've attended before. And I do think it is really thinking about using that share framework model in probably learning a little bit more about potentially some of the services and where that cross-pollination could happen in terms of the delivery by yourself. I think it's also a great time to start to be thinking if there was any ideas or opportunities in terms of a test and learn where you might not have been able to have that funding or the staffing or the training or whatever it might be. So for one of our ways that we're going to be recommissioning is obviously there's an element of grant delivery for the delivery of short breaks. So really starting to think about what that could look like, test and learn, listening to your parent carers, families, children, young people. But also, I suppose one thing, it is just that open communication with us. Obviously, like, come and have a chat to us, talk about this, let's have that conversation. We're always obviously having the provider forums, but also all opportunities just to reach out and have that conversation will probably be the best. So, thank you.
Nice. We've been given the phone with all the questions on it.
Oh, okay.
So Sophia has asked a really nice question, which is, if we were back here in 3 years celebrating again, what achievement would you most hope to be talking about? It's worth saying as well, for those on the Slido, if you thumbs up questions that you also want answered, it comes to the top. and then we haven't got to look at Dan Rocks. It's a lot of pressure. So, in terms of... Thanks. Just mining for engagement. So in terms of what I hope we're celebrating in 3 years' time, obviously I will still be rocking. I think for me, it's that we're talking about service design from the perspective of the people who are accessing it, not from how much is it going to cost, not from how easy even is it to deliver or anything like that. I think it's what do the people need, and then how do we build something around it. And for this piece of work in particular, what would be great is if what we're seeing is a trend where more people are able to access stuff in the community, and we're not having to have loads of families going through the social care system to access stuff, which is a fundamental right, simply because there isn't enough provision out there, or there isn't enough access to it, or there's too many barriers in the way to help them to get there. So that's my answer. Over to you guys.
I would say in the 3 years, we would love to have such a varied approach of short break delivery. I think specifically from a commissioning view lens, we're really passionate around about trying to get the child's voice through with all of the work that we're doing. And some of the times we can struggle with that as commissioners, and obviously sharing our data to our SLT services. My team is sick of me telling them around about different ways of like what I refer to as a golden nugget and getting the child's voice, and how is that at the centre of everything that we do. Data is a wonderful tool as a qualitative tool, but we want that quantitative data. And I think to be able to showcase to our SLT, which we already do with obviously some of our contracts, but really celebrating how are we meeting the needs of children and young people? What does it look like for them? If they're not able to verbally tell us, we want to see all the wonderful ways that they do communicate and how we can best share that with our leadership. That would be definitely something for me anyway. Yeah. Do you want to say?
Yeah, just exactly echoing what Hannah has just said there, really. I think obviously for providers to be flourishing within the short break market, as well as absolutely hearing the voice and choice of children and young people, as that is certainly what's at the heart of our redesign model. And yeah, just having the success of it, really.
Perfect. Still got more filling to do. Coffee's in 5 minutes. So are there other parts of the County Council taking notice of the work? Could it impact other commissioning areas?
So absolutely, other parts of the council are taking note of the work. We went to Cabinet last Wednesday, so Councillor Ben Evans shared the work that we are doing with other councillors, and they're all very, very excited about it. Do go and watch it, because what he has said about the disability market, it was absolutely wonderful to hear the words that he was saying and the support from the other councillors that he had. So what was the other part? Could it impact other commissioners? So obviously one of the reasons why we have decided the share framework to include multiple areas is because we have recognised the work that we're doing with our short breaks market to try and improve other areas within commissioning as well. In terms of adults directorates, we will inform them of how we have done our processes, and they've obviously gone through a restructure themselves. They have very different commissioning intentions and legislation that they have to abide by. So we will inform them of how we work, and yeah, we do often have wonderful conversations with our adult colleagues to try and share good learning and best practice.
And from our side, that's the goal, is that this will go beyond. So short breaks is our focus at the moment, but short breaks is also a bit of a vessel by which we can test whether this is kind of a concept that's provable. And I think we're starting to see from the stats that there's something in this so that other people should be paying attention to. So it's firmly within our intentions to go to health, to go to adults, to go to other commissioners, to go to other funders, and start to see that kind of ripple going out. And obviously, whilst Gloucestershire is our focus as Barnwood Trust, there's nothing to stop us kind of starting to spread this message with other councils and other funders nationally, and just start a different conversation about how services are designed. So we're lucky enough to be talking at a conference in September with other councils and stuff. We're looking for opportunities all the time, and it's part of the rationale for bringing Collaborate in as well, because Collaborate have a national reach, particularly with other local authorities. And we're really keen that if there's learning here that's beneficial to other people, it doesn't need to stay within Gloucestershire. So we'll spread that as far as we can. One more question? Should we answer Gemma's question? So when it comes to HAF, will there be more support provided for SEMH, which is social, emotional, mental health children, who need more support to be able to access activities without parents having to stay?
We do know that the HAF team are working to increase their SEND HAF offer. But in terms of SEMH children, I think we need to take that question away and we can get back to you. As like we are the Short Breaks team, they would have the HAF team would have more of that specialist knowledge and information.
I suppose the rationale is by making the framework more streamlined, more providers with more specialties should be able to get onto the HAF frameworks more easily than they may be able to at the moment.
And sharing that best practice and knowledge across the sector as well.
Well, thank you very much. I think we'll stop there. There's going to be loads of questions on the Slido. We'll do our best. If there's ones that we think we should answer when you get your digital goodie bag, we'll put some answers in there as well. And obviously we're here all day, so feel free to come up and collar us and ask us whatever you want to ask. But coffee should be available in the back room now, so feel free to use it as a chance to network and say hello. I'm going to skip the slide. My halo. Come on, you've read a lot of animations, didn't you?
Yeah.
There's the perks of a master slide deck. Da, da, da. Cool. So when we come back from break in about 10 minutes time, we've got 2 talks going on at the same time. So please split yourselves between here if you want to hear from ND Hub and Creative Sustainability, talking about inclusive short breaks and how you make the right environment. And if you want to hear Parent Care Alliance, Spring Centre and Can't Sit Still talk about working with parents, they are in the Chairman's Club, which is at the very bottom of this really, really, really long corridor. So yeah, please help yourselves to tea and coffee, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
but it wasn't in our plan at all. So I remember having a conversation with Dan, and he was like, well, just apply, you don't have to say yes. So we applied, and of course I couldn't turn it down. So yeah, we've been doing short breaks in the North Cotswolds and Tewkesbury Borough since 2023. And then this year we have an additional short breaks, which is anti-racist short breaks called Friendship Breaks. So it's not me that runs that. We've been, over the last year, we've been developing a whole team of global majority play workers in Gloucestershire, which has been absolutely fabulous. So we have other people taking the lead in that across the county.
Sorry, it's quite complicated having two mics and coordinating between the two of us. So I just wanted really today to create an understanding or support a better understanding, are we using this, aren't we, of the difference that we have observed and that we exercise on right. So we're very uncoordinated. So this looks like it's your bit. Do you want to
just fast forward it, and I can go back to that?
Forward? Okay, I just really wanted to take this opportunity to emphasise how we need to pay special attention to that older age group of young people. So creating the right environment in terms of from the very initial kind of co-production stages to actually how it is that we support 16 to 25-year-olds, which we feel is so different from supporting children who are still in a family setting or in a care setting where they are supported and have advocacy from the adults around them. We hope it's not always the case. And to begin that by hearing from some young people that we work with, Luke, Kira, Richard and Lydia, about their experiences with us, which are very specifically geared towards their age group. And to put us in the sort of mind of that, I just wanted you all to spend a minute thinking about what it was like for you when you were that age, so 16 to 25, that early adulthood period of life. What is it that you wanted to do? What were the things that made you feel safe, sense of belonging, having fun, meeting people and so on? What were the kinds of things that you did at that point in your life? So I put some pens and some little pieces of paper on the table. Just take a moment to think about that. Just put yourself in the situation of those young people and recognise how different it is from when you're a child. And in the meantime, I'll figure out where the actual recording is. Is it on the next slide? Thank you. Yeah, so when you were 16 to 25, what did you like to do? Yeah, be honest. Exactly. Exactly. I won't tell you what I was up to. It wasn't great. But it's important that we remember that the truth and the reality. Look, no one's judging. It's just I'm not collecting them afterwards. It's just an opportunity for you to really think about that. And while you're doing that, I just wanted to really emphasise that sometimes, unwittingly, and if we don't take great care, we treat disabled young people as if they're children. And it's so important for us to recognise that sometimes there can be a really difficult kind of duality around what's going on with a young person and our relationship with them. So in some senses, they can be childlike, but we've got to get over that and get past it to see the growing adult and the emerging adult there, and to do what it is that we can to be respectful of that and to support potentially even bad choices, which is something that non-disabled their non-disabled peers can make and have the liberty and the freedom to do that, to try things out, to push the boundaries, find the edges. And I think sometimes with young people, disabled young people, we forget that just because we can prevent it, it doesn't mean we should. So that's something that we're really, really interested in making happen. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to hear from those young people.
And they've been struggling to find friends in order to uphold my skills.
Third space is not home, but school. It's a third space you can safe. And I think the main thing is inclusivity. Everyone can go there with your friends and feel supported in a safe place.
One of the best things is social. Everyone is really nice and with eating. It's the same. Personal favourites, one of mine would have been to go out on the sometimes to cafes throughout all of Stroud. And without this kind of group here, I don't know how I'd be able to connect with people of varying different personalities outside of work.
For my age group especially, I think it's good because youth groups and that kind of normally end at the age 18. So this one is also for 16 to 25-year-olds because it's like inclusivity. It means it's more opportunities for young people to get together and socialise. I think they're a good opportunity to bond more with each other. And I feel like I always come back with like a buzz, like I've had such a good time, and it feels like the more camps I go on, it feels like I'm more with like family when we're away. There's just a strong sense of friendship, and I really value that. Like, I'm a different person to when I first started third space, and my confidence has definitely increased. And I've also like gained quite a few friends, and I just think they've helped me so much in like ways that I can't even like put into words.
It's really important to me because it provides an open space where I can just live my way. And I can just be free and out in the open.
Getting away from the house for a couple of days or a week really helps me just be away from my family for a bit. Having time apart from your family members is really good for you because it improves your mental health and your well-being.
Thank you. So hopefully that's given you just okay, so here's a little collection of what young people told us that we want to do when we take them out in nature. And, you know, I suspect that there are lots of things that you've also written down there about making friends during that date. This is the polite version. There are other things as well that I haven't put here. But it's just really interesting to note how much of that is, you know, just not purposeful. It's about hanging out and doing things that are small. They're not big things. They don't have to achieve anything. We're not setting up anybody for failure by saying, here's a target, here's a goal. It's just about coming along and essentially just hanging out and being yourself. Risk taking is so important. You know, just letting people experiment with their bodies, with their relationships and so on is really important. I've always felt maybe I had a bit of risk blindness, where you know people used to say to us, "How do you get away with that? Taking disabled young people into the wild, climbing mountains, whatever the weather, and staying up all night around the fire singing songs." It didn't feel like that to me. It just felt like normal life. And it's really important that we recognise that disabled young people just want a normal life. They just want to be like everyone else. And so whatever we do, we've got to look at what are other young people doing. Let's try and make that happen for these guys too. So that's how we do it. And actually we use risk assessments to support us to do, you know, slightly bonkers things. That's what we see risk assessments, that's their function, and we have them up to our eyeballs and they enable us to do the things that perhaps others might not quite feel able to do. So we've got a little film. It's just a few minutes and then I'm going to hand over to Sophia to do her bit. We've got plenty of time, haven't we, Abby? Thank you. So how can I make film? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm in the countryside. I'm in the countryside. I'm in the countryside where it feels like I'm in the countryside where it feels like there's just where it feels it's just the crib you
So over to you. Sarah, we've got about how to
There we go. That was a beautiful film, Anna. Thank you. And it reminds me a lot of my younger years and older teenage, just being out in nature and walking. And when you have a disability, you just want to do the same as what everyone else does. It's nothing different. So part about environment that I wanted to speak about was something that really interesting that happened in our first year that we learnt, from one-to-one to belonging. So what happens when young people stop needing us quite so much? So I'm just going to move a couple of chairs over. Yeah, just two. So when we first started our short breaks in 2023, 21 children came to us whose parents told us that they needed one-on-one support because of behavioural needs. And by the summer holidays, so we started in April, so by the summer holidays, so just a few months later, apart from medical need, that number had fallen to 0. So this wasn't because we're better at managing behaviour. It was because the children taught us something. So what we thought we were doing, so right in the beginning, it was really tricky. When we first had the grant, it was really quick, had to start everything really quickly, meeting all of these new families, all of these new children, majority of which we'd never met before. So the first thing we had to do was listen to families, and we believed the families. And if the parents said that their child needed a one-on-one, that's exactly what they had. They had that one-on-one support. That's exactly what happened. But all of our play leaders, all of our play workers are neurodivergent and have other disabilities as well. And that seemed to change things. So we found that because the adult there was very similar to the young group of young people that they were with, there was less behavioural support needed because the adult understood exactly what was going on. And another thing, when we first started, we had, sadly, he's not working with us anymore, but we had Lee. Lee worked for many years in children's homes, managing children's homes. He's absolutely fantastic. And he said, you know, this short break is really important, but what we need to do is make sure that this short break goes home with that young person and that the family benefit longer than just when they're having the break from their child. So as neurodivergent adults and with other disabilities, we're very open about how we think and we feel, and maybe things that give us the ick, things that we don't cope with, sensory stuff, all of it. We're very open with it. And then young people, sometimes they've never heard this before. They've never heard an adult actually speak how they feel. And this really changed things. This meant that those one-on-ones changed the majority to one-on-sixes. So it wasn't just the adult that was supporting them. They had their little group together supporting each other. So I'm just going to move a few more chairs over. Sorry, I'm stealing your seat.
That's fine.
So now not just that one adult supporting, but a whole group of young people and the adult supporting each other. So looking back, we really thought that we were creating the short breaks. We weren't. The children had other ideas. And the lesson that, one of the many lessons that we learned, was that the children needed less support. And the support isn't a fixed thing. We had to be flexible with it. So that creating the right environment really changed everything. When children feel understood, and when we all know this, when children feel understood, accepted, and safe enough to belong, they often show us possibilities that we couldn't see at the beginning. So in another environment, that child would still need a one-on-one, but in changing the environment and supporting the environment, not just the young person, it all changed. So that's kind of one of our biggest learning curves for the short breaks over the last few years that I wanted to share with you about changing our environments. And it's quite scary at times as well. But yeah. I wondered if we could, I think we have a few minutes left, don't we? I wondered if we wanted to open up to any questions for myself and Anna. Thank you.
My question was for you, Anna. I loved that slide, by the way, around saying that if disabled young people have the right to fall off a horse as well. I was just wondering, have you come up in relation to that? How have you managed, or have you come up against, I suppose, maybe parents of those young people not feeling the same way, and in terms of that kind of maybe a bit more risk averse, and the fact of that way of thinking, which is completely right. And I suppose, have you come up against it, and then how have you managed it as a provider?
Gosh, thank you. That's a really good question. So yes, we do, definitely. And so what we've developed really, I suppose, is a sort of gradual introduction to what we do and how we can support a young person to take part in anything. So some young people start with our online short breaks, and they can be present. The parents can be present there in the background. Some young people start with the camera off. So it begins in very, very, very small steps. And that progress to coming on a wild camp is pretty much anything you can imagine between that small start and coming away with us for a weekend. We do work with parents to reassure them, to understand their young person, but we also really honour the fact that when you're 18, you can make your own decisions legally. So we support young people to be able to do that too. And sometimes that does mean doing something contrary to a parent's wishes. Really good example last summer. Young man came away with us who was fitting quite frequently, and his parents said on no account should he be near water. Now we go canoeing on the River Wye. That weekend, in fact, we didn't because it was around that period. In fact, was it last year? It might have been the year before, where the Wye was deemed not, so unhealthy. We shouldn't go near it. So we actually spent the day hanging out in the river on the campsite. And this young man so wanted to go in the water. And we actually figured out a plan with other young people in the group, with the staff, that how we would manage him being in the water and sitting in the water with everybody else, because he desperately wanted to do that. And it was just not for us to say, no, you can't. It was his decision. So we really strongly advocate for that. Now, whether or not he told his parents, that's his decision to make. It wasn't up to us. So I think there's a sort of both and that goes on there, but really respectful of a young adult. That's the first premise. Welcome.
So my name is Rhian Evans. I'm the head of service for the Disabled Children's Service in Gloucester, and also something called a DISCO, so I straddle the education world and social care. I love the presentation. Cheers, actually, it's really visual impact. My question is, what's the most important, or the most important sort of three things that you do that enables young people to become more resilient in their time? How do you do it?
It's on now, sorry. I think for us, it's all the adults around those young people are similar. They have similar disabilities, whether that's neurodevelopmental or physical, or both. And listening, making sure those children have a voice, even if they can't speak. I think, I mean, it's like what you're talking about with young adults. So we have a group of 18 to 25-year-olds who are very into comedy. So we went to see some stand-up comedy in Cheltenham, and the first thing, they saved front row seats for us. It's a very small, intimate local group. they were really panicked because they use bad language, and they were really panicked. And I'm like, they're adults. They know what you do. This is why we're here. They wanted to come and see you. So yeah.
We take that as well. So for us, it's about time. So much of what young people are offered is time limited, and we've totally rejected the notion of services. And it's very difficult for me to see the language that's used around commissioning. And I have to kind of just, slightly hold back with my frustration around that. But we are so clear that we're not providing a service, we're providing a community, and we're providing whatever support any individual needs to participate in that community. And that includes a long time. So we're still fishing out young people who've been stuck at home since COVID, haven't been able to leave the house. But the young people that we've been working with, some of them since then, we're still not there with them. We still haven't really established their community around them and their interdependence that we all need and helps us all thrive. And we're committed to absolutely long-term working with every individual. And I mentioned that we began in 2010. We're still working with young people who we met then and who came to us when they were 15 and now they're 30. And we're still providing things that they need, the kind of support that they need. So when I it breaks my heart when I see huge commissions going out, no disrespect to anybody, but for a program of 6 weeks with a young person, forget about it with these young people. It's just not appropriate. It doesn't do anything, and it actually can, I think, create harm. And I think that one of my anxieties, I suppose, about this recommissioning is that some of us, potentially us providers, won't be able to continue the work that has happened for a decade or more with the young people that now we're so familiar with. They've got a relationship with each other and with us. And it does fill me with fear for the young people who are already in the system of this way of working. And I'm so keen that every single one of those young people who's already doing something gets to continue exactly that. We really need to come away from this notion of service. So time and consistency. And a third one, just being absolutely reliable. 100% reliable. We can't leave a gap anywhere or not do something that we promised we would do.
So I've got 2 questions. Is there a criteria, and how do people get involved in this? Do they need like a referral from social care, or can they just self-refer?
So at the moment, you can self-refer. We do also have referrals from social workers, GPs, all sorts of different ways. Our criteria when we started this was, is your child able to access anything else? If the answer was no, and it still was the same, then we'll find something, we'll find a way. That has meant we've also, there's 4 main categories of things that we do, but we kind of morph them a little bit. And one of them is called Play Your Way. So it gives a lot of freedom into making sure that young people can do what they need to do. We ask people to contact us. We don't have an online form because in our first year of listening, we heard from a lot of families who said that they always missed out. They never got to do anything. And there were an awful lot of families who were very isolated, whether that's because their young person couldn't leave the house or whether because they were rurally isolated. So we did find that those families had a really good network of other families in similar situations. So we used that very much a word of mouth. Once we had trust with one family, that would then snowball and continue rather than having it as an online form, fill this out and come to this. So it's a lot more laborious, but it's worked really, really well. I have no idea. Yes. Self-referred, anything goes, really. We do get referrals from all over the place. We particularly want people who are working from within the local authority to get in touch. We find that actually is the biggest gap in our kind of where young people are coming from. They're just simply not coming through that system. We've never understood why. It's never happened in the 16 years that we've been doing it. I think maybe one social worker has referred a young person, mostly from the schools and from, we do a lot of work with residential care settings, and then kind of word of mouth. Is a really big part of it, but of course that excludes people who are not already part of a circle or a community. So it's really important that everybody who works at the local authority understands what's happening out there and how they can just call us up and say, I've got a young person. Absolutely, so easy. We just need them to do it. And that goes for all the providers in this whole programme.
Hello. I'm from Cheltenham Borough Council, from the housing side of the, we work within the communities. So we're like in the heart of the communities where our social housing is. I'm just wondering whether you do any kind of outreach or if you come into communities to meet the families and meet the kids. I work with a lot of children and young people. So yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, we can do, but you know, we'd rather you came to us, because time, and we are so pushed. Every one of us who's working in this field hasn't got enough time as it is. So, you know, we as an example, we do an open day and we invite people to bring young people, groups of young people at any time. Just call us up. You can bring a group and see the place and hear directly from other young people is probably a better and more interesting way to connect with us for those young people rather than somebody like me coming out and, you know, doing a blurb. So, you know, but we'll work with you. We'll work with you to figure out how we can make that happen. And it's really important that we do.
Where are you based? Sorry.
Well, we're based in Stroud.
So we're part commission, part funded for North Cotswolds and Tewkesbury Borough.
Yeah, I thought so.
So we wouldn't come to Cheltenham. That wouldn't stop a young person from Cheltenham being able to come to what we do, but we don't do things in Cheltenham, not unless we're going to a comedy night. But we do lots of community things, because North Cotswolds is very rurally isolated. When there is something that already happens that is a safe space, we go there. So we've worked with quite a few different organisations where we'll go along and we'll go and play or do stuff with them. I don't go and present what we do. I'll just like join in with what they're doing. Then they know who I am and I can talk to parents and children, and that is usually, it's kind of a referral, I suppose. So yeah, some of the different spaces they've said, oh, we've got these families, we're worried about them, there isn't anything for them, and then so we'll sort of go along and meet them that way.
Okay, thank you.
What a question. That's all right.
Hello. Oh, sorry, I'm very I often ask questions from the fundraiser point of view, and I'm just wondering what. So if another if there's another Barnwood, another funder out there who you would like to work with to do this work, what do you think is the main thing that you would either change or enhance from this piece of work that the funder does to continue? That was a terribly asked question, but I think you know what I mean. So what can funders do to make this work more doable?
Exactly. For me, it's trust and flexibility, building that relationship with a funder that I can feel confident. And you've come along, not you personally, but Barnwood's come along and see what we do. That's been incredible. Yeah, that makes a really, really, really big difference. To once you've got that trust, then you can be flexible, that you can support and serve your community in the way that they need it. You can do something that a young disabled person needs rather than what fits a funding criteria.
I love that. Also, to understand that the delivery is the tip of the iceberg. There is so much that goes on behind the scenes to be ready and to perpetuate and to keep it going and to form the relationships and to do those visits and to set up the systems and all the infrastructure around an organisation. I was talking about risk assessments. You know, we need that time and that work to be funded. And that goes hand in hand with this notion of trust. If we say it costs X, I don't want a funder to say that's very expensive, you know, per hour of delivery per person. Well, do you know what? That's how much it really costs, because that's got to come from somewhere. So, you know, I can't rob Peter to pay Paul. If it's a specific piece of work, we need to look at the full cost recovery. And that includes insurance, it includes our HR personnel, it includes your CEO, your business manager. All those things must be paid for, and they are absolutely that hidden 80% probably. You know, we all talk about a core cost, a value of what, 20% funders are kind of comfortable with. Anything more than that starts to raise questions. But, you know, around that trust, if we say that's how much it is, that's how much it is. One of the things I'm really interested to find out is, you know, I think it costs us for a camp, for a young person, I think it probably costs about £1,000 is the true cost for a 48-hour period of residential care, respite care, let's call it that. How much does it cost the council to do that in a more traditional way, in a more conventional way? Let's compare those figures, and I think we will come out streets ahead in terms of value for money. So if we're talking about that, let's be really honest about it. And I think one of the things that our sector does quite badly is speak truth about that, because we're very nervous about asking for too much money and being excluded, therefore, from a grant or some kind of commission. So we've got to put our heads above the parapet and say, no, this is the reality. But we need the trust, don't we, to be able to say that. It's very important.
Yeah, just to respond briefly on the thought and then, but I was actually initially putting my hands up in relation to your previous point about, I suppose, making sure that people within social services know and understand what's happening. Hold those two things in my head, bear with me. So I worked in the third sector for 15 years as a manager in Stanford, the principal of that, sitting on the other side fence. I would still say that it's really important that organisations, when they're applying for things, illustrate that full cost recovery depending on what we put to do. And I think it's a really interesting challenge you make around local authorities looking for cost recovery, because they don't often do 30 years ago. Okay, but at that point they didn't include overhead costs in the way that we do, didn't they? that may well have changed now. On the point of trust, it's a bit trickier to give money out on a trust basis, obviously. So we need check and balances in the system because the local authority has a duty to the public purse. It's all our tax money at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
But certainly open to conversations involving our commissioning colleagues about how some of that might play out a bit better than perhaps it is. On the point of accessing and understanding, well, I think the issue is actually knowing what's out there first, rather than even trying to access it. So I'll come back with a fuller answer if somebody can put that as an action for me to remind me to do that. But the essential message is that the local authority has a one plan, and that one plan is trying to look at how to bring, as the name suggests, everything together into one plan. I know that myself and Naomi Adams and a couple of the group managers of the social work teams have done some drop-in community workshops in Gloucestershire and Tewkesbury to try and start building those networks at a local level and trying to start to understand what's around and how that may assist our work and vice versa. That may be replicated by the other assistant directors, and assistant director. That may be replicated in the other areas. I'll find out about and come back to you. The other area that this interfaces with is the SEND reforms and the work around the local offer. I know that Dan has attended the local office subgroup. I don't know if he's still in the room, Dan. Oh, there's Naomi at the back. I didn't know you were here, Naomi. I would pass the mic to you. And he's talked, he's linked in with the subgroup, and we're looking at trying to do exactly what you've just said, develop the local offer, understand the provision, make sure the information is accessible. And that's as a direct result of some of the feedback actually from PCA last summer. So there's a lot of work in that area. So please do get involved. Like I said, I'll come back out with some of the details, and you can get involved as you see fit. We want it to join up. It shouldn't be that this happens over here and then we replicate it somewhere else, or that there's a gap. So that's our common aim, I suppose, in that respect. I don't know if you want to add it. Now I've seen you there, Naomi. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Sorry, I was very client, so I just kind of really
Oh, right. It's about actually, yes, understanding what's in the local area, making sure that we're best using our local provision. I'm trying to not use the word service. Local provision and joining the dots really in the pre-statutory world. So I was just talking about the workshops that you've delivered that I attended with you and the group managers from Tewkesbury and Cheltenham and Gloucester, and how that's going to develop across Gloucestershire County Council. And then the second part of that is the work around the local offer, which is being led by education, but also we're clearly involved with as well.
And I mean, just the only bit I'd add is we're already through the one plan and through the commissioning pot that we've put into the community. We've been looking at, haven't we, how we can have a sustainable short break offer so that some of this work can continue. So that's ongoing at the moment, because I know parents have had quite a lot of anxiety around what that might mean when perhaps Barn would step away. So we need to think about that as a council. But yeah, you've absolutely picked up the other points around the local offer. And I think what we've acknowledged in terms of the local offer is it needs to be more accessible. It's quite difficult to navigate, so we're trying to streamline that for families at the moment so that it's more intuitive. And we're also working on a virtual family hub where you know, families will be able to say, oh, I live in this area, what can I access for me and my family today? And the virtual family hub will give you all of the local resources and short breaks and activities in that area. So commissioning will be able to talk to that a bit more than me, but I guess that's in development as well.
Like I said, we'll come up with a bit more details around some of that work. Thank you.
I think we're about to finish, aren't we? I just wanted to end really on a note of, oh, there is one more question. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to end on a note of positivity, but we've got one more question.
Hi, I'm Brett. I'm in the community. I'm really sorry I'm late. Really have to call with London, so my apologies really. I was invited by Lucy today to come along. I need to apologise to her as well in a minute. And I've read through this and I've actually caught this part of the presentation. What assurance can you give me? So I try and support really small community groups, and with the Bangladeshi ladies on their work yesterday, planning stuff. What I'm not convinced of in Gloucestershire, and I'm not sure Barnwood Trust have pretty much nailed this either, really, and that's been brought to their attention. What are we going to do about those groups that might not fit the process, but when we look at our inequities, are absolutely right at the top of that, really? So we have our processes, and I get that. I do understand that, really. But if those processes are not meeting the needs of the people who are, I think, in terms of the Bangladeshi community, I asked someone in London to do this for me the other day, hit every area of education, health, etc. that we know. So there's something about we know what we know. But what is it about the processes we have in place that are just not going to do it for our communities that we need to reach most, and absolutely will not take us forward on our inequities? Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Bryn? Bren, sorry. I have met you before. Thank you for that. We are just breaking for lunch now. See, everyone's just come out of the other room. Perhaps we can continue the chat one-on-one afterwards. Yeah, this fund, this is exactly what this fund was about, was reaching those that weren't being reached. Can you hear me? No? Okay. Well, why don't we have a chat afterwards? Because I think we're just about out of time now, and I can explain a bit more. Does that make sense? Is that okay? Okay. So, because everyone's come out of the other room, so we're.
I just wanted to end on a note of
really
positivity. I absolutely love this work, and so does everybody in my team, and I know in other organisations. It is joyful. Can't hear. Is that better? It is joyful. It is curious. It's full of fun, and I adore it. And it's bloody hard. It's come with its challenges over the last 16 years that have nearly finished me and others around me. But we've kept going because of the joy and the fun and the curiosity around the great variation of humankind. And I would love us to be able to talk about it in those terms rather than in terms of deficit and need. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful, beautiful work. And we're working with such fabulous people, and I don't mean that in a sort of patronising way. I hope you've got that impression for me, but actually I just feel like we're doing the cool stuff, and the people we're working with are the coolest kids there are. So
I said to Barnwood in the first year when we started Short Breaks, I feel like Father Christmas. I can say yes to everything.
Yeah.
And that was like such a joy.
Yeah.
When previously you couldn't say yes to things, you couldn't make it possible. Now you can make possible what young people wanted.
Yes. That's lovely. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
It's behind.
Means it's on, yeah? Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I've written through a few notes. So I do a lot of speeches. Everywhere I go, I have to do a speech, majority of the places. So it's a real pleasure to be here today as Mayor of Gloucester. Firstly, I just want to say thank you to Barnwood Trust, Gloucestershire County Council, and all the local charities and CICs involved in this work. But most importantly, I want to acknowledge the children, young people, families, and carers in the room today. Short breaks might sound like a simple thing, but they can make a huge difference. They give disabled children and young people the chance to have fun, try new things, make friends, and feel included in their community. And they also give parents and carers something that is just as important: a bit of breathing space, a chance to rest, reset, and know their child is somewhere safe, supported, and understood. What I really like about this project is that it is listening to real experiences and not just guessing what families need, but learning from the children, young people, parents, and carers themselves. And that matters. As Mayor of Gloucester, I'm proud to support anything that helps make our city more inclusive, more creative, and more connected. So today is a celebration, but it's also a reminder. When we listen properly, work together, and put people first, we can build better opportunities for everyone. So thank you to everyone involved in today and this project. And I wish it every success going forwards. Thank you.
So now you are all going to be, and me, the orchestra. We are an orchestra now. We're a human orchestra. So some of us have some sensory bits to wiggle about. Are there still bubbles? They've been confiscated. Oh, we still have bubbles. We've got bubbles if you wish to blow bubbles. You don't have to dance. You can dance if you want to. But the idea is to move like you're an instrument with whatever sensory part that you have, whatever sensory bits and pieces that you might have in your hands. So you can move however you like, just to have fun and wake you up. And Adrian is our DJ.
Ready? Yeah. Do you need to connect it to Bluetooth?
Should be. Do you want me to?
Yeah. Do a video around.
Yeah, we good to go? Yes, we are. We're not allowed. No, apparently when they pop, they can turn on the phone. She's isolated it. She said she isolated it. I know it might not happen anywhere else, but they're so sensitive here. Yeah. If they go off. Is it isolated or not? At the moment, she's going to mess with me when she is, but she is literally running across the office. It can only be done down here. Right, in future, when we're putting it in, if you let us know in advance, we can do it straight away. Get it done.
I did set up the smoke alarm once on a short break. The children wanted a disco. We were using a smoke machine and it set off the fire alarm. But normally I take Leonie, she lives in Cirencester. I take her to Music Works once a week and she can't get there. And she's doing incredibly well. And this is her playlist in the car. They all DJ themselves in the car.
That's amazing.
And the one that really made me laugh, there's one from my childhood there. Does it show me love?
Oh yeah, Robin S.
Yeah.
Shall I play it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How do they know that? How do they know? Wow.
Really nice to see her again.
Do you want to go up? I'll take the photo.
What did you?
No, I'm like. This is your playlist, isn't it? How do you know this song? Yeah, what a playlist, man. I can't believe you know this song. Yeah.
Which is your favourite song on this playlist?
Oh, I don't know. I've got so many songs.
In the mornings, that.
In the morning when I want
In the morning, is that garage? In the morning, is that like a garage song? Yeah, yeah. How do you know that song as well, man? Yeah.
That's a brilliant song. Get to yeah, play that one.
You know, she knows his songs, man. It's crazy. I love this though. So inclusive. Hey, let's get in there. Let's get in. Come on, come on. I know, okay, come on, come on, come on. You have to go, you have to go.
You can do it. You can find them.
No, I can't do it. I wouldn't hold your back. Next one. know it. How does she know this song?
I don't think she knows the song.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, no way. Love it, love it. Really? I love it. Everyone's getting involved. It's amazing. I don't know why I put out pebble from. Speech, right?
Yeah.
Please make requests.
I love it. They're just through that.
I said, we can get you where it's starting sneaking things. He's like,
So where's he from again, sorry? Where's this gentleman from?
this is Dan. He's manager of social change at Barnwood. He's run this project.
Okay. Okay.
Everyone is kind of winding down a bit. Should we turn the volume down and I'll shout?
Yeah, yeah, good, yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. I've got some great video footage. And thank you, Adrian. That was awesome. So now we have 2 more exciting talks. Do I need to make my microphone speak again so you listen? So in here, we have choice and voice. How do we design short breaks with children, young people and families? That's in this room here, the Captain's Lounge. And in the Chairman's Club, so you go straight down, all the way down to the bottom of the corridor down there. Who is going to the Chairman's Club? Is there anybody here that everyone could follow to the Chairman's Club that doesn't know where it is? Andrew, can you see Andrew has a orangey red t-shirt on and has his arm in the air? So if you follow Andrew, so overcoming barriers to short breaks, innovation and impact, that's in the Chairman's Club. So in here we have choice and voice. How do we design short breaks for children, young people and families? And then in the Chairman's Club, if you follow Andrew, overcoming barriers to short breaks, innovation and impact.
If you're still making your way to the other session, which is Overcoming Barriers to Short Breaks, Innovation and Impact, that is at the room on the other end of the corridor. So if you were expecting that here, it's on the other room. Super. Amazing. Thank you to this session. As you can see, we've got we're just going to have a panel discussion now. So we've got till about 2:05. We've got some questions that we've set to the panel already. But if we've got time at the end, we'll open up the Slido and hopefully have a little discussion around some of the questions there as well. So shall we just make our way along the row and you can introduce yourselves? That would be fantastic. A little bit who you are and what you do, what organisation you're from.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Nicole. I am the CEO at Active Impact. We are a children's inclusion charity. We support and develop all different organisations in the county who want to be more welcoming and inclusive of disabled children and young people.
Hi, I'm Alan Clayton. I'm head of SEND at Moodmore. So we are a sports and physical activity charity, predominantly working in Cheltenham and Tewkesbury area. We are new to Short Breaks this year, but previously supported by Active Impact and the Force Camp funding, we were taking children with additional needs on our mainstream provision before identifying actually there's a need for a bespoke type of provision.
Hi, I'm Claire and I'm CEO of All Sorts, and we're a charity that is led by parents and young people working with children from 0 to 25, and we're commissioned to deliver short breaks within Stroud.
Hello, I'm Lee Holder. I'm the disability lead for the Music Works. Music Works is a charity that's based in Gloucestershire and runs music sessions that aim to be inclusive and break down barriers across the county.
Super, thank you. And I'm Liam Daniels. I work in the funding team at Barnwood Trust. So as you are aware, this discussion is around choice and voice. So how do we design short breaks with children, young people and families in mind? So the first question that I want to give out to the panel is question 1, what is a short break? What do parents ask for when they come to you? Who wants to kick us off?
I've got the microphone, haven't I?
Go for it, Lee, go for it.
So interestingly, we've been running, I've been running short breaks for about 10 years now, and the Music Works has only been around for 8 of those. When we started, it was quite a big piece of work that we were doing. It was an unusual activity in that we were doing 5 hours a day for 5 days a week. Which still works for some families. It's still one of the models that we provide. So it is anything that provides a short break for the parents and carers from their caring responsibility, but obviously we have an obligation to provide a really great activity for the young people as well, so they keep coming back. And what we found with the expansion of our short breaks offer for the last 2 years is we've tried lots of different models through the test and learn funding that we've been working on, which means we've done activities that last anything from sort of like drop-in, which can be anything from 30 minutes upwards, to full days, to weekends, to evenings, to bespoke work with specific groups. In our instance, we were exploring working with electively home-educated young people as well. So yeah, short breaks has gone from being quite a strict model to being quite a flexible model in the time that I've been working on it.
Thanks, Lee. It's a really interesting question because actually as short breaks providers and with our colleagues across Barnwood and Gloucester County Council, we've been asking ourselves the same question. What is a short break? And I think as Lee really articulated, the model has changed. It's had to change because it means something different for different people. So the children and young people we're working with are all ages. So what a short break is for someone who's 8, 9, 10-year-old will be very different from what a short break is for someone who's 17, 18 into their early 20s. And same with the parents, they're all on a different journey. So it's about working with the families, working with the children, working with the young people and finding what gives them a really amazing experience, a chance to make friends, a chance to have opportunities to build their confidence and self-esteem and grow as from children into teenagers, into young adults, but also for the rest of the family to have a break from their care and responsibilities. And that's not just parents, but that's also siblings as well.
Yeah, well, a lot of it's been covered, but I think the main bit really is the fact that there is no one size fits all. And I think that's what we find when a lot of the parents come and speak to us, is they want to know that we are going to be understanding of their child's needs and we're going to find the best way of supporting the child and the family. I think a lot of the families that we've worked with this year have had negative experiences in the past. where their child has been expected to fit into a mainstream model, and then obviously has found it challenging, and then has been labelled or been banned. So I think a short break simply just has to be an opportunity for an inclusive, safe provision in a safe environment. It will look different between providers. Ours look different. So we have our holiday provision, which is 2 or 4 hours during the holidays, no parents. But someone asked earlier on in one of the earlier Slidos about SEMH. So we do a Saturday provision, which is only 90 minutes, but that as parents can stay for that one. So we found actually we've got 2 very different cohorts. We've got a holiday cohort and we've got a Saturday cohort. And that Saturday cohort is very much for those children who are, at the moment, aren't comfortable being left, so are choosing to stay with parents. We've got an offer where the parents can disappear or hide, like someone mentioned in one of the other talks earlier on. At the moment, parents are choosing to stay. And actually, it's brilliant for the parents because some of them are getting the opportunity to do activities with their children which they never believed their children could do. Because they've never been to a setting where actually it's been adapted to almost give everybody success. So yeah, so there's no definitive answer, I'm afraid.
Did you have anything to add, or shall I?
I would just very briefly, I think, we're all managing our mics. I would just say that I think everyone who's doing this is doing the right things. They're saying, what is it you want to do? And their answer is, of course we can. And that's the program that we run, is of course we can. And we're seeing that spirit in everything. Of course we can figure out a way that we're going to go and do this trip that we never thought possible. Everyone is finding solutions rather than saying, well, that's not possible. And that's really key.
Super. And just following on that question too, with just to share a little bit of how do you welcome new children and families into your activities and into your organisation?
So I'll speak a little bit about this. As I said, Active Impact, we work in the background. So we're there supporting and training organisations in how to do that. And when we run inclusion training, the first topic we cover is what does a good welcome look like? And it's partly acknowledging, as Alan said, lots of families, disabled young people and disabled children themselves will have felt unwelcome before. They'll have felt like they're too much, they're a burden. It's really important that you make time, that you welcome someone warmly, you let them know that you're really pleased they're there, and then you work together to figure out what that young person needs to be successful in that setting. And that goes for any organisation, any sector. It goes for how you welcome your staff, how you work with volunteers. Making someone feel welcome and like it's important that they're there is the first step to them feeling able to trust you and to get on board with what you're doing and to bring their own ideas and their own creativity to what's going on.
Anybody else?
So I think the key bit you said there is time. And this is a very, these are large investment of time really to do this bit properly. So for hours, every parent will complete a simple declaration form, giving a bit of a heads up about the child. I then call and talk to every parent over the phone. And that's been a lot of parents. But actually, I think having that phone call helps build that element of trust, which parents need. I get to find out a lot more about the child from that phone call than I do from the initial Microsoft form. That helps me shape the delivery as well. So I'm able to almost pair groups of children who I hope, there's no right answer here. Some of you can honestly believe that you've got the perfect group of children and it could be a slightly whack-a-mole day, but that's what happens, I'm afraid. But it gives you a chance to group the children, try and get the activities right for those children. Every parent will also then get sent photos of all the staff that will be working, photos of the site. It comes in 2 forms, so normal form, and we also send it in PECs because it's highly likely that that's the format that the children are used to in their schools. And on the day, once again, photos are there of who the staff are on the day. We try and at the end of the day put up a sheet saying what we've done that day, because obviously for a lot of the children, it's hard for them to verbalise what activities they've done. It could just be, oh, we've done games. Okay, we haven't done 4 hours of games. We try and give parents that almost like conversation starter, maybe even written form again or in visual form, so they can have that conversation with the children. But it's really, really is. It takes a large amount of time to do it properly, but then it does increase your chance of success.
Thanks. I won't repeat what everyone else has said, but I think it definitely is creating a sense of belonging, creating a place where no one is judged, where everyone is accepted, no matter how they respond or behave to a situation. Creating that relationship both with the parents, with the families, and with the young people. And then also creating that peer support. So the peer support with the parents, and I know that was mentioned earlier today, is sort of a byproduct. It's not something that is sort of high on the commissioning that, oh, this is going to happen. There's things that happen, and what I would call ordinary magic happens with things that you might not have planned, just from people having conversations, but also creating those relationships and those friendships with the young people. And I'm just looking at Sasha, who leads our short breaks here, who's sitting right in front of me. And I know the feedback of those relationships that she's had. And some of these young people may have been new to organisations, but with all sorts, some of them might have been with us 10, 15 years and grown up with the organisation. I'm sure Lee has also seen young people grow up, and what they need just changes as they go. And so we try and respond to that. And then also just making it really familiar for people who haven't had that journey with an organisation. So as saying earlier, we create little videos sometimes of what the venue might be like, or what the people might be like, or what arriving for the first time for new people attending activities or services as well, so that they feel familiar, even if they're new to the service.
Yeah, everyone said the good stuff already, but one of the things that I really want to focus on is that parents and carers really need to trust the organisation to leave their kids with us, and that takes a really, really long time to do. And it is an ongoing dialogue of like what we can provide. One of the things that families say to us is, we're not sure that you're going to be able to take care of our kid, and most of the time we can, no problem at all. But they've had so many no's that it's unusual for them to have a yes, and to then trust us to be able to leave their young people with us for any sustained period of time, let alone for like a 5-hour day, and then not get an emergency call going, hey, things are going wrong. So it's a lot of trust to build up. It's an ongoing dialogue with the families. For the young people themselves, you know, that dialogue it needs to be the same. And a lot of the stuff that we do kind of like on the fly as we go through. So even to the point where when a young person comes in, you know, with the group, we'll negotiate the rules from the ground up every time. So we'll let them set their own ground rules. I used to be a college lecturer where everything was set in stone about how we did it, what the syllabus was, and what everybody needs to learn, and it was on rails and there was no deviation from it. Working for the Music Works is a godsend because I don't have that. I have the flexibility to be child-centered, to be responsive, to be dynamic, and we really, really lean into that. Everything we do is by consent. There's always the option to opt out. If somebody's not having fun, we don't force an activity on them. We try and find other things that we can engage with them. We work with high enough staff ratios that we can do one-to-one support as we need it, so we can bring people into a group slowly and on their own terms, and work with individuals at their own pace as well. So yeah, but ultimately a lot of this, the question here is going to come back to listening to the families. It's listening to the young people, and respecting their views and sort of making note of it, responding to it. I think that's the most important thing.
Some really important points to consider there, and things to remember. And maybe we've touched a little bit on it with some of those answers, but why don't you share a little bit about how children, young people and families might get involved in the organisation? We sort of talked about an entry point into that, but how might they get involved with the organisation that you work with, and maybe influence some of the delivery or some of what you do or some of your work or thinking around planning as well?
Yeah, I mean, we collect feedback at the end of each session, so we've always got like a structured way of doing it, but I've always got a very open inbox, and I'm always talking to the parents who are dropping young people off or picking them up. And the perfect example of this is an activity that we're going to do in August, where somebody came to us and said, I think we need to be celebrating things a bit more. I think we need to be showing what the young people can do. So we're actually working on an event at the end of our next short break, which we're calling A Night to Shine. And one of the young people who was on it also said, I see lots of musicians at the Music Works, but they never work with us. Why is that? I was like, that's a good question. So what we're doing is bringing musicians who work on other activities to come and join us and actually do some co-creation of work and work towards this Night to Shine. So we're kind of celebrating everything across the organisation, and we're, in the spirit of inclusion, bringing disabled young people to work with non-disabled musicians so that we can put a show together. And that all came from us just being responsive to that idea that came in to the inbox as well. They were like, do you fancy doing this? And I was like, yeah, I think that's got mileage. And it's just becoming a yes culture is really, really important. Just going, I don't know how this is going to work, but let's give it a go. And, you know, that comes from having regular sustained funding that allows us the wiggle room to do that as well. So I think it's important to highlight that element as well. Thank you, Lee. The same question again.
I think in a very similar way, there's not a one size fits all about how you do this. I don't know, I'm sure people are really familiar with the participation ladder, and you've got everything from sort of consultation at the beginning to co-production and co-creation at the top, and everything in between. So some of it is about being really intentional in terms of listening and asking questions and helping that shape. Sometimes it's about actually engaging the young people in having their choice and them making the decisions. And then when you go to the really top of the ladder, then it's about co-production or having people engaged at the strategic level. So we have 50% of our board and quite a lot of our staff are parent carers. And so they bring their knowledge, their lived experience into the decision making. And it's important to do that at every different level and in different ways, because not everyone can engage in co-production because that takes a lot of work and time. But it's about asking and giving people the opportunity to feel, again, part of the organisation, part of the decision making. But that also creates a really fabulous circle that creates more belonging, which we talked about, and more trust because it belongs to everyone.
So like he said, we also do a lot of feedback at the end of sessions. What we try and do is be responsive during the session as well. So we try and read the room, try and read the children. I like the fact Lee mentioned opt out. Opt out is always seen for some reason as a bad thing, like you've lost the group, they're not engaged. But actually, giving them the freedom to opt out is an essential part really of our provision, because quite often they'll opt out for a couple of minutes and then they will come back in. We don't pressure anybody when they've opted out. It might influence our decision to make a change to the session there and then if we notice a few people are maybe becoming dysregulated or just need that break, so we might end the session early. We never give timings for our provision, so it is we have a start and a finish, but when we're trying to cover activities during that session, it's just visual images. Today we're going to do this, and this. We're not saying this happens at 12, this must finish at 12:10, because that's can be quite challenging for some of the children. So it is about reading the children, listening to the children. Our provision originally came about from a massive consultation that we did. So we got over 470 responses from parents and carers, and also went into schools, did sessions with children, got children's voice, which I don't know what people are going to in the room will know. It's quite challenging actually trying to get child voice. It's very easy to get parent voice, but at times parents may not necessarily have the accurate answer that their child wants to give you. But we do use this, and it changes our provision. We had a bit of a struggle to get our teenage engagement. So we went back out. We tried to deliver it for a couple of months, didn't get many numbers, went back out to parents that we engaged with before, just asked for a few suggestions. We put those suggestions in place. And now it's thriving, but it's that constant back up. Just because you've got a plan in mind, be prepared that after 2 weeks you're going to have to change it. You have to talk to people. It might not work. Just because it worked 1 week doesn't mean it's going to work the next. But yeah, it is that constantly going back, being adaptive all the time.
I think what I would say in particular about the entry points is our role and Active Gloucestershire's role is knowing what's out there, supporting those organisations to share that message to more children and families. So we have the local offer, we have Your Welcome, we have the Short Breaks Guide. There's all these different mechanisms. They'll work for some families and not others. And actually what a lot of families and young people, how they find out about it is from another parent carer, another disabled young person. So it's helping make sure that those families know what's out there and that they have more choice. They can go and find more things that they want to do. And sometimes someone will get in touch and they're like, I don't think you're going to be able to think of anything here. And they're right, there's a gap. So then it's saying, right, who's out there? What partners could we talk to and say, you're running these things this area, but there's nothing at the weekend. Or, you know, we're looking for something that's for younger children or older children, and helping organisations who are already delivering or ones who are considering it know where the priorities are.
Super, thank you. So our fourth question to the panel. So how do you build consultation, participation and co-production into your offer? What's the difference between the three? And can you give us some examples?
I think you've covered that, Claire. Do you want to finish it off?
So the difference between them is the level of engagement and how people have ownership of that engagement. So consultation is very much about, we've decided to do this, what do you think about it? And it might be through feedback forms, it might be there, and people might say, well, actually, yes, we're interested in that, or have you thought about tweaking this? And then working your way up, co-production is when actually everyone has an equal voice around the table and designs from scratch, which is much more complicated, much more time consuming, but actually sometimes, well, most of the time, really gives you what people really want and really need. And so I can give a very brief example that we've done recently. We have a number of provision, both within our short breaks funding, but also with funding from other funders. But a parent carer came to us and said, you don't have anything for this age group. It's great up to 11, and it's great beyond 13, 14. But what about that in-betweeny group? What about the tweens in the middle? And she spoke to Kate, who is our head of services, and Kate is also a parent carer, but from a younger child, so she hadn't seen that gap. And from that, actually spoke to other parents, spoke to other children. And then before we designed the programme, brought everyone into the space. The children said, okay, 11 to 13-year-olds, what do you want to do? What's the activities? And that shaped what the offer was for our Saturday specials. So we wouldn't have come up with the types of activities they wanted to do. It's very much a youth club offer. It wasn't something where they wanted, oh, it's got to be arts and crafts, or it's got to be sports, or it's got to be this. It was very much, we want to come into the space, and depending on what we feel like, we want to have lots of choice in that space. And that created, but we also want to be able to bring food and have something to eat, but not be pressured to eat. And so we'll bring our sandwiches and we'll do it over lunchtime. And so that was how it was created. So sitting around a table, we wouldn't have necessarily come up with that provision. So it was really created around what the young people did in that session, what the feedback from the parents were. So I'll stop talking because other people have brilliant examples too.
Does anybody want to add to that question?
No, it's like I said, it is about getting people around the table and having that conversation. And sometimes it can happen unplanned. So our Saturday vision is very similar to yours. So we have the parents there. There is an option of drinks. There is an option of sport. There's an option of arts and craft. It is like a youth club. But actually, just being that trusted adult in the room with some of the children and with the parents has actually helped shape what that delivery looks like. You can just sit there with a coffee, have a chat with the parents. Like, I'm trying to work out why we're not having success here. And they go, well, have you thought about this? You know, and like, oh yeah, actually, yeah. And those little tweaks just come organically, and it is shaping our provision. And we've not facilitated. We did have a parent forum that we set up initially, a steering group that helped us get off the ground. But it's now changed in as much as parents are happy to talk to us on a Saturday at the end of a club. It's a bit of a strange one. I said at a recent meeting with our trustees, it's almost like the relationship they have with teachers, where they're happy to hang around after collection from a camp and talk to you then, or they want to have a quick chat with you at drop-off. And it's those little conversations that are actually informally shaping what our provision looks like.
Yeah, I do want to mention something. It's like co-production is great for people who are engaged, but one of the questions that keeps me awake at night is, who are we not talking to? Who's not engaging with our existing offer, and how do we start a conversation with them with a view to them bringing them in? And this for us has been a big part of the work that we've done around the elective home education group. It's taken us a significant amount of time and a significant number of empty workshops before we've got to a critical mass where suddenly people are starting to turn up. And the reason for that is, again, it goes back to my previous thing about trust. It's like once we've got one family who come in and go, oh, you know what, we had a great experience at the Music Works, and they talk to other people, and before you know it, exponentially, you've got 15, 20 families engaging with you. But it's really hard to kind of like reach out into those communities who don't know about you and explain what you do and get them to trust you enough to leave their children with you for a short break, which is a big ask. Before they'll start to engage on a regular basis with you. And what we normally find is when they find us and they have a great experience, we stick with them for years. It's like, and it's almost become a challenge in itself if we've got people who are aging out of our programs because they've been with us for, 10, 12 years in some examples, and we're trying to work out how, what the next step of their journey is. So a lot of the conversations we're having now are about progression, about how we move people onto volunteering, how we do things like have a buddy system so that those people can help other young people to feel welcome in the space, and how they can still have value within the organisation even if they've dropped out at the end of where the funding stops.
I'll just add one thing in because it's urgent at the moment. We're doing recruitment at the moment, and it was really important for us to bring young people into that decision-making process and meet the people who will be the workers working with them. So engaging people at different levels in different ways, but making sure that there's always that engagement in different levels of the organisation. It's not just about the activity, but it's about actually who are the people we employ. And I think young people are really integral in terms of that decision-making as well.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Cool. We've still got 5 to 10 minutes, so just open the floor up to any questions or comments from what was shared, or if there's anything in addition. Okay, so a question comes through on Slido. How do you build your confidence in understanding the needs of your families? Do you ever find that you don't know how to support a family, and how do you overcome that?
I'd say there have been a couple of times it's been a soft no. Being new to this provision, there have been times where maybe a medical need we've not been able to meet, so we've had to do the soft no. But I've made it very clear to families that this isn't permanent. I will try and find a way. So the best thing about having that telephone conversation is my genuine intentions can come across, and that they can help guide me to find out the resources that I need in order to be able to cater for that child. Then I can go back to other providers who have the experience. That's the thing I like at the moment. It's about with the community of practice. If I don't know the answer, I can go back to someone else and try and get the answer. So, for example, what we have looked to do is training is incredibly expensive in order to meet need. So we've had to diversify how we recruit. So we've taken on casual staff who are coming from special schools, for example, who already have those qualifications, who already know how to meet need. So whilst I can't meet your child's need now, give me 6 weeks of the next holiday, for example, and I will try and get something in place. If I've not got it in place then, I can always go back to the parents and go, we've started doing this. I haven't forgot about you, and those conversations are happening. I am still calling them up. I want to help you. Can't do it now, but I will get there, and we will get there, and we'll help you as a family. So I think the soft no is a bit of a surprise for some families. I think they're used to just like that. It's not happening.
Question: how do you build your confidence in understanding the needs of your families? Do you ever find that you don't know how to support a family, and how do you overcome that?
Yeah, I think it's very similar actually. It is about conversations. It is about that initial really getting to understand the needs of the parent, the needs of the child. But we have had times in provision where people don't come back, and then it is having the resource, having the time to do a follow-up call and find out actually what was it that didn't work for you. And sometimes that might not be to do with the organisation. It might be to do about their circumstances. It might be to do about the time. It might be to do about the travel. I know we spoke about what are those barriers. And so for us, it's really important to find out actually what are the barriers to access and look at how we break those down, both as an organisation, but also how do we do that as a society? Because it's not just about the individual organisations. I know one of the talks this morning, it was about actually what was the systems change. And one of our things was how do we break down barriers for accessing our own provision, but actually we need to layer that up into actually how do we break down barriers across society. And we have a lot of knowledge within our parents, within our young people, within these organisations to really look at actually how do we share that out to actually make sure that provision isn't always specialist provision, but actually how do we share that with mainstream provision so that they have access outside. But it is about spending time, building relationships, building trust.
I'm not sure I've got anything to add, but I'm going to talk anyway. one of the things that I find really interesting actually is that young people are turning up, and we can have all the information in the world. We can have an EHCP document with as many pages as like the first book in Harry Potter, and then the young person turns up and they present entirely differently to us. And I think that's one of the things that is a bit of kind of like expectation management. We've also noticed young people unmasking in spectacular and interesting ways right in front of us. And because of the kind of organisation we are as well, of kind of like the stretch and challenge as well, we get so many I didn't know my child could do that moments, especially when it comes to things like performing on stage. We get non-verbal children singing on a regular basis that if I had more hours in the day, I'd go and do a PhD in it. Because it's absolutely fascinating how that happens. All these sort of like suddenly, you know, verbal, non-verbal young people, what's going on there. I'm really fascinated to find that out as well. So although it's like these conversations are great, it's still leaving space for the young person to present in an entirely different way when they are in an entirely different environment as well. It might be that the HCP is very relevant to their school experience, but if you move some of the some of the barriers away that they experience in school, they just don't present that way. They don't rub up against the thing that's triggering for them. So I think it's including that flexibility for the performance as well, you know, getting ready for it, speaking to the family, understanding what their version of normal is, but also have a bit of wiggle room for them not being that way when you're there in your space.
Super. Thank you. Another question, what specific provisions do you have coming up over the summer holidays? How do parents, children access these? Anybody want to share?
I can do that. That's good. Yeah. So all of our short breaks programs are called Mix and Mash. That's a terrible name. I came up with it 10 years ago. I wish I could go back in time and change it, but it is what it is. So, and our main summer offer runs for a week in August, and it is our 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, ending with a performance and a night to shine. It's going to be spectacular. All the information for that is on the website, but we also do other mix and mash activities. We've got a program that's going out into the community in libraries at the moment, called our mobile mix and mash program. We're also doing special sessions for elective home educated young people, and we're also doing one Saturday a month as well. So hopefully that will be what you need.
Most of our GCC funded short breaks activities is for young adults and teens, and that often takes place during term times on Fridays and Saturdays. But as an organisation, as with all these organisations, we're all funded by different funders. So there are lots of activities outside of the short breaks that look very similar to a short break, but aren't short breaks in that sense. So in the summer, our whole programme completely changes. And for our families, we do lots of different trips and outings. But equally, from last year, I think we had about 40 trips and outings over the holiday period. And some people said, well, actually, that's really great for some children, but some children are missing the regular going on. So we've changed this summers, and we've got some activities which we will continue a bit of the regular. So for those young people that need that familiarity, those sessions are still there, but we've still got the big trips, such as we're going to Bristol Zoo, and parents can find out about it by looking on our website and finding out what activities and becoming a member and booking on those activities. And there's just lots of exciting things for all different ages, but the whole family gets to go on those summer activities together, because for many of our families, they say being able to go to the zoo or go to the beach or go to a mainstream activity can be really challenging. But when they go as a group, with a group of like-minded parents and like-minded young people, people aren't looking at them, people aren't questioning behaviour, because we're there with a team that supports that. And so it's for the whole family to get together. So we have a really vibrant summer programme.
So we are delivering literally Monday to Friday for the whole 6 weeks. So there'll be 3 days of short breaks, there'll be 2 days of send half as well. You said about that regular pattern. So our holiday provision during the summer is slightly different than it has for the rest of the year, because as I said, we've got two distinct cohorts. We have this cohort that comes on a Saturday, which is very different from our normal holiday provision cohort. And we don't want them to have 7 weeks of not having their Saturday provision. So we just move their Saturday provision to a Monday. So they'll have that same format. So they'll still have that, and then we'll have our actual physical camp provision for 2 days. But for me, this summer is actually going to be a lot about collaboration. So we are looking to deliver some of our provision with partner organisations such as the Chamwell Centre, the Parent Care Alliance. And I think that's going to be key going forward, is if as we keep expanding and growing, it's going to be about that collaborative work to make sure that we are making the best of the skill sets of all the people around the barn table, really.
What I would say, because I was Active Impact is supporting other organisations to do this, is there are so many incredible opportunities out there for disabled children and young people. Some are dedicated, quite specialist, quite small. Some have like Move More, a sort of a group, a bubble within there who have a bit of extra support but are part of a big mainstream thing. You can find loads of these on your welcome. That's a great place to go and look for activities. You can get in touch with us. We can let you know what we know is out there. And again, those sort of parent care recommendations and stuff are really helpful. And a call to action, a plea we would have is if you know about provision that isn't on your welcome, we'd love to hear about it, because the more opportunities we can have listed there, it's an easy, safe, trusted place for parents to find things, and we would love to have even more opportunities shared on that page.
Thank you. Just another question that's come through. If you had one message for a provider that wanted to begin delivering short breaks, what would it be?
Ours would be come and talk to us if you want any help or support, because we are there, and you don't have to be a short breaks provider. If you work with children and young people in Gloucestershire, Active Impact can help you with training, support, guidance. That would be my message.
I'd keep it simple, just like the old Nike slogan, just do it. It's, it is hard work, but it's so rewarding, and it is needed. Simple as that, really.
Ditto to both of those. But I'd say also talk and listen, be part of that collaboration, come and get to know the other providers, look at what the gaps are, how do we work in partnership together, but also when you're designing everything, involve the young people, involve the families.
You stole mine.
Oh,
but it's okay. I came up with another one, and it's just it's a bit of a trite thing, but it's like inclusion is a journey. You're never going to be able to include everybody from the outset. It's something you work towards and you continue working towards. So even if you feel like you can't include everybody all the time, it's like you can keep moving towards that goal. So yeah, just bear in mind it's an ongoing process.
Oh, one more thing. I think the one thing that's coming out of today is that actually you're part of an ecosystem, and that ecosystem is really important, that we all work together.
Yeah. That's fine, yeah.
What's the one thing that if you could magically fix would make the biggest impact to children and families regarding short breaks? There is a caveat that funding can't be it. Just to kind of think what else, take that away, what could be the one thing magic ones now make the biggest difference for the delivery regarding short breaks?
Funding is so important.
I think I can answer this with a trick one. I think I've got a trick around this. So for me, the most important thing is consistency and having a regular offer that families can rely on, because they can plan so much around short breaks. It's like it's like knowing we get bookings like literally 9 months in advance, and then families will book their holidays based around whether we can take care of their young people. So for us, it's consistency, and having a regular offer is really important. Secretly, that's funding.
In addition, without mentioning the F word, I would say it's about relationships and trust. Without relationships and trust and the time to build that up, you can't deliver a really good, strong short breaks package for people.
I'm happy with both of you, especially funding that we haven't said.
We didn't mention the F word.
No, I would say information as well. Yeah. Families need to know what's out there. The people supporting them need to know what's out there, and Claire referenced an ecosystem. Yeah. There's an ecosystem of family support out there, and the share framework is bringing some of that together, which is great. But we still know that we will hear from social work teams, social prescribers, family support workers who are just beginning their role or just haven't quite got a full big picture. And that means that the families they're supporting aren't hearing about everything. So how can we make sure we're all talking, we're all sharing, we're all making sure the information is reaching everybody? And how can that information be available in the ways it needs to be? Because so much of it's digital, and we're guilty of that at Active Impact. It's quite a website-focused thing. We have a physical booklet, but how do we make sure it's other people who aren't using technology all the time to access information?
Super, thank you. I think we're out of time now, so can we just show our appreciation to the panel members? Thank you, guys. Thank you for some really insightful, helpful comments and things for us to consider and challenges.
Great questions.
Yeah, and some great questions, yeah. And yeah, thank you for your time. Some great people from great organisations doing great things. I think we're about to move into the next part of the session, which is going to be in here. It's a session with Collaborate, I think. So I think, yeah, we can stay here, just chat with whoever you're with, or take some time until people move through, and we'll move on to the next session.
Testing, testing. Dan, should I start? Okay. Hi, everyone. We're on the final leg. And for some reason, Dan gave us the graveyard shift. So I'm going to have to be extremely engaging to keep you all. Thank you. I don't know quite how to interpret that. I'm Naomi. I'm from Collaborate. We are the learning and evaluation partner for the Short Breaks work. Lots of you know us already, but it's really nice to see new faces. I think I've certainly found today to be a really great day. It's been wonderful to hear so many of the stories and kind of the rich insight from the Short Breaks work. My job now is to just try and give you a very succinct summary of all of the learning from the last year, which will hopefully kind of bring together a lot of what you've heard in the workshops today as well. This is just about us. Collaborate, we're a social enterprise who support learning, evaluation, and systems change. And we are the learning and evaluation partner for the Short Breaks Partnership. And our role is to support shared learning that informs the future of short breaks in Gloucestershire. We're incredibly grateful to all the providers who are part of the Short Breaks Partnership and the community of practice and are sharing their learning with us. And you've heard, I think, from all of them today, or all of them have been involved in the day today. So just a little bit of an overview about the provision that's been funded through the Test and Learn. I'm not going to read from these slides, but just to say that there's a huge diversity of provision. So it's catering across the providers for all ages, from age 4 to 25, all different types of needs. And there's a really wide choice of activities for families and young people. And you've heard in quite a lot of detail about some of those activities today. And that provision, you know, ranges from one-to-one provision to groups to trips out to online provision. I mean, it's incredibly diverse, and it's been one of the real richness of the Test and Learn Fund is just how creative providers have been in coming up with different ideas and responding to the needs of families and young people, and of course young adults as well. So just a kind of really, you've seen a few of these numbers already, but a few more numbers to add to them. So more than 1,000 unique young people that have attended Short Breaks. At least 70% of them were reported to be new to Short Breaks. There have been roughly 500 sessions, and sessions ranging from kind of an hour and a half up to 8 hours, or even longer. So the kind of residentials, an average of, I guess, around 3 hours per session, but very varied. And more than, and this is probably an underestimation, I think, but more than 1,200 young people and families that have been involved in shaping and designing sessions. So what are the results of all of this work? I just want to speak a little bit about this. Providers have seen and experienced so many impacts from the work. We've sort of grouped those together into a few kind of really big headlines. So growth in confidence, in emotional regulation and a sense of belonging for young people, development of friendships and reduced isolation, meaningful respite for parents, as well as reconnection with their children through having fun together. And young people experiencing those short breaks for the first time and having lots of opportunities to get involved in new activities. Young people and staff developing their ability to support and mentor other young people. Ooh, something weird happened on that slide, based on their own lived experience. Lots of growing in skills and independence, opportunities to kind of volunteer and mentor other young people, and pathways to employment. So an incredible range of different outcomes from this work. And I think also I should mention just what we've heard today, the rewarding kind of experiences for providers and staff, the joy, the fun, the adventures that have been going on. So what have we been doing? We've been working to hear from providers, from partners, from stakeholders, from funders, in order to gather evidence and insight to feed into the future design and commissioning of short breaks. And it's fair to say that we've worked mostly with providers and with the Short Breaks Partnership, with commissioners and funders. We do plan to hear more directly from families and young people in the next few months. We're just still figuring out what that looks like. And so the way that we're approaching this learning is that we've developed a kind of a framework which helps us to make sense of all of the different evidence and insights that we're gathering. And it was developed with lots of you in this room, partners and providers. And it's based around kind of 4 big questions when it comes to how short breaks are provided. So who can access support and whose voices are heard? What strengths, skills and relationships exist and are valued? How can support reflect people's real lives and needs in the way that it's designed and delivered? And how do we use learning to make improvement and adaptation? How is learning changing provision? And across those questions, we're gathering insights from kind of these 4 different viewpoints. So from children, young people and families, their experience, from providers and practitioners, from commissioners and funders, and from the wider system. And that's kind of work that we're going to be doing, especially going forward in the next year, is really understanding how kind of other services, other organisations, other bits of the VCS sector are kind of engaging and interacting with the short breaks ecosystem, as it was called in the last panel session. So here's a kind of a visual representation of the framework with these kind of 4 circles and then the 4 big questions, in case you're a sort of a visual person. So I'm going to just try and summarize a lot of evidence and insight that we've gathered as succinctly as I can. I'm not going to talk through everything. We're going to share these slides afterwards. And there's also going to be a more detailed kind of, call it year 1 report, but actually year 1 report's on the table here. So it's a kind of year 1 of this 2 years of test and learn. So that will be published soon as well. I'm going to show you 4 slides, and they're based around those 4 questions. So the first one is around this question of access and participation. So what are we learning when it comes to voice and access to support? Preparation, communication, flexibility, and support with practical barriers all matter, even down to planning the food offer. So detail matters. Provision that's accessible without formal diagnosis removes lots of unnecessary barriers. The way that support is provided also makes a big difference, ensuring it responds to lived experience of families and young people, and that it's reliable and consistent. Hopefully you're hearing messages that you've already heard today. And Partnership, coordination, and community-based provision helps to improve access in all kinds of ways. If you're sitting there thinking, yeah, but the thing that I think is really important, you haven't mentioned or isn't on that slide, I'm really sorry. we will, everything that matters will eventually kind of make its way into the reporting. So what are we noticing about what's valued and what strengths are really important and enable good outcomes? Relationships and empathy are absolutely kind of key, essential assets in this work. Suitable venues, also really important, and there aren't enough of them in the county. Flexible funding enables personalised, person-centred provision, and funding also needs to recognise the full costs of setup, safeguarding, administration, all of the unseen work that goes on to enable provision to be inclusive and accessible. And the things that young people and families value are not always what gets measured, e.g. risk-taking, for example, and we need to change that. So what are we noticing about how support is shaped and designed? Okay, well, the first thing to say is that co-design and co-production is challenging, not least because parent carers are already under a lot of pressure and burnt out, and there are all kinds of communication barriers that you know about. Providers are finding all kinds of ways around it, and if you were here in the panel session just now, you'll have heard some of that being shared through ongoing, especially through ongoing, day-to-day, in-the-moment feedback and adaptation, through piloting new ideas, and also through just tailoring to individual needs. So it's not necessarily about kind of doing lots of co-design and co-production for an offer. It's much more about ongoing adaptation. Provision needs to recognise the very different needs of families, for example, whether parents want to stay or to leave. And the third kind of point on this is that staff skills and staff availability really help to shape provision, but also can be a limitation on what can be offered. And then finally, when it comes to how provision is, or providers are learning and adapting, we've seen that there is learning from what doesn't work as well as what does. That new needs are constantly emerging and providers are reinventing and trialing new offers. And that there's, amongst other things, there's work going on with mainstream and commercial providers as well to make their offers more inclusive. So it's not just about what providers are doing within their own provision, but how they're influencing what else is being offered within the county. Okay, I'm just going to pause for a moment. I know that was a lot. So, to summarize, if I can, relationships and personalization matters most. Flexible funding with an expectation of adaptation is the key to value for money, we think. Early help situated in communities with fewer barriers to access prevents crises and a lifetime of exclusion. Coordination across a system is critical to helping families find the help they need at the right time. Structural barriers, transport, workforce, venues must be taken seriously and addressed if people are to be able to access the help that they need. And when commissioners and funders spend time learning with providers and families and young people, they're much more likely to be able to design services and funding programs that make the most of the resources that they have. And I think, you know, we've really heard that this morning from Hannah and Christine. So I wanted to finish with the voices of the most important people in this work, young people and parent carers. Just a few of the quotes from the annual reports of the providers in the Test and Learn Fund. And while I do that, I'm going to invite Grace to come up, because we didn't want to just talk at you in this session. We want this to be a session where you can have some conversations. So that's all the presenting that we're going to do. And now Grace is going to come and introduce you to a little activity that we're going to ask you to do on your tables. Over to you. Returned you.
Yes. Thank you. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is, if you are sitting on a table by yourself or with a small number of people, I can't say, I think most people are sitting on about the right size tables, but if you are on a small table, you might just want to join another group. We're looking for tables of maybe 5 or 6. You can also move around in a minute. So good. Thanks, everyone. So Naomi shared some of the learning that's emerging so far in this work, but this isn't a finished picture, and we definitely don't see this as the end of any of these conversations. So what we really want to do now is to explore some of these ideas that Naomi's just been mentioning with you, and hear a bit about what resonates with you and your experiences. So we're going to spend the last part of today just doing 2 things. So first, we want to discuss and sort a series of statements that we're going to give you based on the learning so far. And then we'll ask you to choose one statement that feels particularly important or relevant to you, and ask you what your organisation might do in response to that. And then finally, if we have time, we'll ask you just to share some reflections on Slido. So on your tables, we're going to give you a set of little statement cards, which I think Naomi is doing now, and a kind of mat where you'll see there's a kind of spectrum line, which goes from doesn't resonate to really resonates. And we're going to ask you to kind of discuss each statement and place it on the spectrum according to how much it resonates with, your experiences as a table. So we've deliberately designed the statements to be a little provocative. So we have based them on the emerging learnings that Naomi shared, but we've written them in a way to kind of spark conversation. So then by no means intended to represent any final conclusions. And we do welcome you to disagree with them if that's how you feel. So like I said, there aren't any right or wrong answers, and we're not looking for every table to come up with the same thing. So just to have a discussion and kind of place them on the line where it feels right for you. And as you discuss, maybe try and explore some of the reasons why you might agree or disagree with a statement. We're going to try and give you about 15 minutes to do this. And once you've arranged them on the line, please do try and leave them where they are just for a few minutes, so then that Naomi and I can come around and take a photo of them before you move them around. Okay, any questions before we start doing that? Okay. Go ahead. Thanks, everyone.
If you want to make a smaller group, then there are more, Do you guys want to have a go? Okay. Yeah? Okay. I have a barnwood table. Come on then. Yeah, beautiful. You're gonna go. Oh.
way of building all stuff a lot.
I think it should be an option, so maybe it's a mixed feelings thing because. Are we just gonna? Somebody gonna be green. That's my safe space. I love my school. I love my school. I like have a
Chris should stand up and do a crazy jump. Just to vary the answers. Resonates. Transitions into adult support isn't working. There should be a single cut-off age. Moving from youth to adult. That's what they say. You're 18, you're an adult.
Easy to agree to, because I would say also that you could raise expectations because you're using specialised places straight away in terms of those grades, but also on the complete side, but safe, secure, like the opportunities there, the provisions there.
Yes.
Making more use of special schools, expanding children and young people to access. From my experience in that aspect, that's not a definitive answer. There's all appointments.
Whether it's for
personalisation is even more important than transport, affordability, enabling access.
Personalisation is really important. There is a last bit that we can get away. We spent today discussing how many organisations are doing it. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I think it needs to continue to be amended. It's amended in the past 5 years of contract. But I don't think it exists.
Dip into little pots of memory, so I could take my family road which would make transport maybe less an issue.
Preparation needed to make short breaks work is undervalued, but without it, the support wouldn't succeed.
We have an erection. In the middle of it. All right.
Skills
yeah, transitions to adult school isn't working.
Oh.
There shouldn't be a single cut-off age for moving to There shouldn't be a single cut-off age for moving. And indeed there isn't.
So we use story videos.
Wow. He's hitting my eyes. It's so orange. And that's we really providers for children that will provide it wasn't too much of that. I get all green. But we work categorically not trying to miss our priorities. That's what happens when you say don't worry about it. But what that does is instability, and they do just a young person interact with her. There's always this underlying thing of, well, we're going to keep.
So basically, in the next part, what we were just going to suggest now,
but actually at times we might not have capacity to make course as an adult.
do we think that will work? And then just to write a kind of personalised lesson on one of them you to
adult
annoyingly, we're going to ask for twice. So if you write,
did so well.
if you write one on the personal assessment card, if you wouldn't mind just copying it over onto the, so that we can take one away and we can use one with you. So I give you, do you want to write together?
Two grades better than one.
Whether you're using the children's service or the adult service, it's almost like the transition should be, it's almost like should be, you're a child learning what this and you're an adult what that. It's always more like, how do you make sure that the, whatever that support is a good person? It's like
Chris is an air sign as well. Like in the stores and things. Yeah, so he's just like,
But we start with conversations first, and then they do these trials with themselves until they're 18. Not as an
exactly what resonates with personalised and flexible support. They are more as translate when you choose crisis at the highest possible level. You know what? Ready evidence. Ready and made sense. Definitely evidence like cost benefit analysis. Oh yeah, we've got I don't think for us specifically it is annoying what's the most important? Yeah, I think it personalised, flexible support, make us more upfront, but it will reduce crisis and provide more support.
Sorry, my argument for that, because I read through it differently, is it wasn't early mental health support, it was along the lines of early flexible support. So if for instance I'm recognised to have a sensory connection, if I don't get support for sensory stuff early, I'm going to end up in a mental health plan. If I don't get support with the, it's a bit like going, if I got really bad eyesight, I mean I've got but if I basically get glasses right early on, I might be able to see that
That's not necessarily all we do, it's the right support. Just personalising comfort status, personalising the right support at the right time. So in that sense, it's exactly saying there's no point in trying to give this young person break right now. They can't engage in it. Something that we're ready when we can. Yes. And actually, it's that early intervention. There's sections like this. As well as good negotiation.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect support.
So I
it's more about those things that
and then trying to get people to commit more. Do you know what I mean? It's more important than if you go into schools. There's definitely divide between
I suppose what they're saying is
you get an honest answer from the child. They've got to trust you. You can't get off the first thing. You're going to get your answers after
So, you know, like the Rentals, for example, you or like every single thing being done.
I think that's where this comes from. It's the recognition that we cannot possibly merge. So if we instead say, well, what's in your area, how can we adapt to work for you? This doesn't require transport.
Yeah. Or general assistance, we've got that. Because to be fair, I mean, we work within
coordination between providers creates better pathways, greater choice and more joined up support with families for organisations working hard.
So if anyone wants to go down and do it,
No caveats. Expectations.
Yeah, I mean, if
translates too much pressure on
different abilities within
if that's the case, how do you do it? So obviously, co-design policy is meant to be something that of course is and that's meant for that, otherwise if you listen to everyone, you go away with those. So do you want to change the try and think about ways to everything you do co-production and training is the first thing is meeting the needs that we're trying to do.
So the head space down the road from there.
Yeah, I think it's always difficult because you as well want to be able to try and try and try and try. and actually they would love to do it. It's not about that they don't want to do it, but it's actually the reality of filling out another survey, and things, and the ways that we can do it. So,
we're in the same organisation as brilliant.
Does that resonate less because it means you're not doing it right? You can do it in ways that
also, I don't think we have good enough
Does this statement resonate with us? Like we have?
We used to work with, we used to be chapter hosts, so we years ago, we had, when you had your back, I don't know, like, I've been for like 8 years. Hayden was working with you?
Yeah, that was during,
yes, that. So at that point, CDH and Barney Trust, however, I feel like you guys have like a restructure what we do.
Yeah, COVID stopped a lot of that.
COVID, So, and then we haven't really like it's a little bit. I think what we've got sometimes is quite this. So we have crossed paths, we have worked together with you guys quite well, and then I think that because we don't know
some people
some of our so yeah, it's nice when we knew we were coming here, we were like, oh, that would be good to come and trust you. We haven't because we don't know what you guys are doing now, whether we can work in
I mean, we've changed a lot. Fair to say. I mean, like this kind of work is provide for different 6 hours growth versus 1.5 hours growth. This is quality in 1.5 hour growth versus 6 hours. That's not right. If something is changing, we'll take the risk on the behalf of the system to try to establish that. But what it means is we can't work forever, so we have to we always have to have a bit of an exit strategy, which is why the
because we're sustainable, so that you guys step away.
But it's happening in an environment that we can run So for us, really doing it period of time, it would have been okay for us to
I think the only thing is I can only do one at a time.
But this is much more space.
Maybe. No, I can only do two at a time. Okay, good to know. Yeah. Yeah, let me know.
A better consultation.
So when with the short breaks, who was it that you that was at the
Yeah, well, it came out to research something. So we did a state of Gloucestershire, massive state of Gloucestershire research report. But basically, she's a research.
Could the family access it? Did it give them that's
What's happening?
We don't know what number 2. Really good at all the attitudes, everything. Like you said, it's necessary, but not
but by demonstrating, you don't have to make
It always says the best things to do. And then this is
give me those and I'll give them to the like you and then the ideas that they throw to and then one of these little reflection cards. So one thing my organisation really responds is so either completely have a picture of it for yourself or what you're in.
Well, we stopped at children young.
Just write down what you're kind of responding
These guys are still. Yeah. I think there's still work to do, but I definitely think it's better.
Christy, if you can pin Chris Grattan down, good luck.
Why is that name one more time? That's why
That's
you're
what's
too busy
going on.
to do what you need to do. You look really like confidence because you had We Can Move 2 weeks ago, and we had Restore Black. And then, yeah,
Caroline's obsessed with
which makes it really difficult because
like just getting things out. Like reading it every day. And it was one of those things that was really and I just some young
still live streaming?
Yep.
I didn't realise this was such like a discussion one.
Neither did I. I've kind of got like just my laptop microphone on, just capturing the general room audio, so you can get a bit of the discussion.
Just don't know whether we'll just...
Okay.
Let me just check what that thinks.
Okay.
So it's just the closing comments and that's it.
Yeah.
But then I don't know how to stop it without feeling abrupt.
Well, I could always put it back to like the starting soon screen or something.
Leave it for now. Let me
okay.
I can only tell you this, there's an embargo, I can't the people in the room, no one here is going I'll be receiving the services. I'll be receiving
but we've got to write the same thing.
It's 2 days to
Okay.
So we weren't going to do like a live. I think Naomi's going to do it. Dan, do you need this?
I was trying to get my youngest to go and then so I know that's quite respectful. Even though I know some of you but as far as still writing, we're conscious. Yeah, so if they just 3 o'clock, so we don't want to keep you too long. So I just wanted to say
Okay, but it's really helpful for us to get some feedback and to kind of hear how some of these insights are resonating and what you agree and what you disagree with. Obviously, the reflection activity is just a chance for you to do a little bit of processing of everything that you've heard and maybe take something away, but no pressure on that score. And alternately, there's a question open on the Slido if you wanted to use that instead. There's a question about what could we collectively do together going forward. So you might want to respond to that one instead. Other than that, I want to just say thank you, and I'm going to hand you over to Dan, who's going to close us off.
Oh.
I was up here. I couldn't possibly have written that. No, cool. Thank you, Naomi and Grace. I think that was a really interesting session. I don't know what the discussions were on the other table, but we found ourselves putting everything at green and then kind of moving it around and going, oh, but if this is the case, then that's the case, which I think has kind of been testament to the complexity of this piece of work and how many kind of different plates we're trying to spin to deliver something that works for everyone. So all I'm left to say is thank you everyone for coming. It's a lot to take up a whole day to come to something, especially those who've not been connected to the work, who are coming to it fresh. We really appreciate all of your time. And I think we need to do a big round of applause for all of the providers who have given up a huge amount of time alongside delivery to create some brilliant, wacky, wonderful kind of presentations and talks, and kind of creating a vibe of what Short Breaks is, which is organised chaos with a huge amount of planning. So thank you to all the providers. And where we want to go from here is really to keep the conversation going. So we've got another 9 months of organised chaos to deliver. We've got a procurement process to finish and deliver. And we want to see how this work can keep transforming and move into other areas. So we've got a social change inbox there, which you feel free. It's manned by Ibby, me, and another colleague. So we'll come back to you on any questions. If you want to meet us and talk about more, if you want to meet with Collaborate or GCC or any of the providers, we can get you in touch with them as well. Yeah, and just keep talking to us about how we can design services a bit differently for the benefits of those who are using them. So not services. Well, I mean services in the broader sense here, not just short breaks. But yeah, anything that we can keep talking. So we've got this room for a bit longer. So if you want to carry on networking and chatting and finishing off bits on your spectrums that we've put together, feel free to. If you want to do more craft, I think it's still up. But otherwise, safe journey home, and we'll see you all again.